Chapter 8:15. The next day, Fang Chen took a flying treasure and left the Five Elements Academy. It didn't take long for him to reach Bloody Battle City. At this time, Bloody Battle City was packed with people. Many major forces had brought their outstanding disciples to participate in the Battle of Geniuses. Whoosh! Just as the crowd was discussing, a beam of light suddenly shot out and Fang Chen's figure landed on the square in front of Bloody Battle City. The Five Elements Academy's Almighty is here. Many disciples cried out in surprise. At this time, some of the leaders of the large sect were shocked when they saw Fang Chen. What? It's him. Oh my God, didn't he enter the Five Elements Academy less than 2 years ago? Why is he here to preside over the recruitment? He placed 6th in the last genius battle. Many warriors from the large factions were shocked. Among them, there were some experts that Fang Chen recognized. Fang Chen stood on the square and waved his hand to signal for everyone to be quiet. Suddenly, the noisy square quieted down. Everyone, I am the person in charge of the Five Elements Academy's recruitment this year. Disciples from your respective sect, please stand here, Fang Chen said. Fang Chen was very young and gave people a feeling of disbelief. When many geniuses stood on the square, someone finally spoke. Why would the Five Elements Academy send a disciple to preside over the genius battle? That's right. How can a mere disciple be qualified to preside over the genius battle? After one disciple spoke, the other disciples chimed in. Fang Chen was too young. They believed that Fang Chen was not qualified to preside over the genius battle. Oh, what do I have to do to be qualified? Fang Chen frowned and said. Defeat me in 3 moves and prove that you are qualified, the burly man said. Hearing this, the other warriors began to discuss. Is the mighty god going to attack this person? The mighty god's power is unparalleled. I wonder if this person can defeat the mighty god in 3 moves. The mighty god was the burly man's title. He was a rising star of the Five Elements province. His current cultivation had reached the 4th level of the spiritual vortex realm. He was much stronger than when Fang Chen and the others had participated in the Battle of Geniuses. It was said that at such a young age, his physical body had reached the level of a 7-star body of the Great Path. Moreover, it was said that this person cultivated a technique called the Bronze Statue Technique, and his strength was abnormally strong. With one punch, he could easily kill a martial artist at the 3rd level of the Spirit Vortex realm. Within the same realm, he was invincible. Seeing that the mighty god was about to make a move, everyone cheered. The mighty god's face was filled with an arrogant smile. I'll defeat you in 3 moves. Fang Chen shook his head. This so-called mighty god didn't know what was good for him. However, since there were people who were unconvinced, then he naturally had to show a few moves to intimidate them. If I use my spiritual chi, it's my loss. If I can't defeat you in 1 move, it's also my loss, Fang Chen said softly as he pointed at the mighty god. Boom! The entire square was in an uproar. Countless martialists stared at Fang Chen in shock. If he didn't use his spiritual chi, was he going to compete with the mighty god in terms of physical strength? This person was too stupid to compete with the mighty god in terms of physical strength. He even said that if he couldn't defeat the mighty god in 1 move, it was his loss. The mighty god was furious that he was being looked down upon. He swore that he would let this person, who was younger than him, have a taste of his iron fist. All right. The mighty god growled and stepped forward, looking at Fang Chen. Why aren't you attacking? The mighty god asked when he saw that Fang Chen wasn't moving. If I attack, you won't have a chance to attack, Fang Chen said. Arrogant, too arrogant. You're courting death. The mighty god was furious. He growled and clenched his fists, activating his physical strength. Suddenly, a powerful force spread out. Someone realized that the mighty god's strength had increased again and exclaimed loudly. 8-star body of the mighty god. He has reached the 8-star body of the Great Path. Oh my god, an 8-star body of the Great Path. Is he going to defy the heavens? Seeing the mighty god attack, the crowd exclaimed. They were all shocked that the mighty god's physical body had reached the 8-star body level. Even the leaders of the large sect behind Blood Battle City were shocked. Bang! However, the most shocking thing was yet to come. Fang Chen just stood there, not understanding. He was smiling. The mighty god's fist viciously smashed into Fang Chen's body, but it didn't injure Fang Chen in the slightest. The mighty god didn't dare believe it. He increased the power of his fist, but he was still unable to push back Fang Chen. Now, it's my turn. Fang Chen had just finished speaking when the mighty god's burly body was sent flying and he crashed to the ground. Inside Bloody Battle City, it was completely silent. Everyone looked at Fang Chen in disbelief. In the end, their eyes shined with respect. He was so young, but he was already so powerful. This was a world where strength was respected. When they saw that Fang Chen was young, they thought that Fang Chen wasn't strong enough, so they didn't respect Fang Chen. But when they saw that Fang Chen had easily defeated the mighty god, their hearts were filled with respect. Now, is there anyone else who isn't convinced? Fang Chen smiled. Everyone shook their heads. The mighty god stood up with difficulty, a complicated expression on his face. He cupped his hands at Fang Chen. Many thanks for showing mercy. Fang Chen nodded. Looking around at the crowd, he said, since that's the case, then let's clean up the unrelated people. It didn't take long for them to realize what Fang Chen meant by unrelated people. Fang Chen pointed his finger, and one of the martial artists in the crowd immediately exploded. Only then did they realize that he was a member of the Yellow Spring sect in disguise. 3 minutes later, Fang Chen stopped attacking. On the square, more than 30 martial artists exploded and died. The Yellow Spring sect members were becoming more and more arrogant. All right, let's wait for time, said Fang Chen. Everyone waited in Bloody Battle City for the time to open. At a certain moment, Fang Chen suddenly stood up. A small jade pendant appeared in his hand, and he injected spiritual qi into it to activate it. The Bloody Battle space opened. In the blink of an eye, all the martial artists had entered the Bloody Battle space. I wonder how many people will stand out this time, muttered Fang Chen. The Bloody Battle space gradually closed, and the leaders of the various factions also dispersed. Unknowingly, Fang Chen was the only one left in Bloody Battle City. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly sensed a bloody aura. In the next moment, a bloody hand reached out from the void, grabbing at Fang Chen's head. Bang! In a moment of desperation, Fang Chen punched out, and the bloody hand disappeared. Who is it? Fang Chen stared at the void and coldly shouted. TSK TSK, no wonder Paragon of Calamity specifically instructed me to kill you. As soon as Fang Chen's voice fell, a man covered in black mist appeared in the void. His eyes were filled with a bloody aura. Yellow Spring sect member, said Fang Chen coldly. Spirit Pupils King, that idiot. Such a monstrous genius appeared in the Five Elements province, but he didn't kill him, sneered the Blood Shadow King. You're the Blood Shadow King. Fang Chen discovered that this person was emitting a bloody aura. There was also a bloody aura in his eyes. Thinking of how he had suddenly appeared in the void, Fang Chen could determine that this person was one of the 8 kings of the Yellow Spring sect, the Blood Shadow King. I didn't think there would still be people who remembered me. The Blood Shadow King sinisterly smiled. The Blood Shadow King's mission in the Five Elements province was to have a chance to kill Fang Chen. You're very stupid, said Fang Chen. How laughable. A person who's about to die actually dares to laugh at me. The Blood Shadow King didn't seem to realize his current situation. He was still foolishly thinking of killing Fang Chen and asking Adept Calamity for a reward. Obediently hand over your head, and I can give you a quick death, said the Blood Shadow King arrogantly. Fang Chen's head was very valuable. You stole my line, said Fang Chen. It seems there's no room for discussion. The Blood Shadow King spread his hands, and a bloody aura surged from his body. Whoosh! The Blood Shadow King's figure flashed, and he hid in the void. Blood Shadow True Intent. Fang Chen sneered when he saw this. The Blood Shadow True Intent was similar to the Shadow True Intent. It was also a spatial true intent. It could allow a martial artist to instantly hide in the void. The Blood Shadow King was proud of this, but he didn't know that he was just displaying his slight skill in front of an expert. You want to play with my spatial true intent? As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, he He clenched his fist and threw a punch at a certain angle behind him. Crack! Fang Chen's fist clearly hit the void. However, blood splattered. You! The Blood Shadow King appeared and looked at Fang Chen in shock. How did you discover me? Seeing that you're about to die, I'll let you experience a true spatial true intent. As soon as Fang Chen's voice fell, the true intent of the void appeared and disappeared instantly. What? The Blood Shadow King turned pale with fright, and he also quickly entered the void. Poochie. However, just as he entered the void, his head was smashed by Fang Chen's fist. No. The Blood Shadow King's heart was filled with overflowing hatred. The Blood Shadow King unwillingly fell to the ground, his soul scattered. Before coming here, he had never imagined that Fang Chen would be so strong. Chapter 8:16. The king of the Netherworld sect, who was once beyond his reach, could now be easily killed. Over the years, he had traveled all the way from the small divine wind nation. He had experienced many things and grown a lot. He remembered that he was only a warrior in the chi refining realm back then. In the blink of an eye, he had become one of the top fighters in the ancient sword continent. A LV8 spiritual whirlpool realm warrior was comparable to a LV1 genuine martial realm warrior. As far as the eye could see, there were probably less than 30 martial artists who were stronger than Fang Chen in the entire ancient sword continent. Fang Chen was now considered one of the most outstanding geniuses in the ancient sword continent. The stronger he was, the greater his responsibility. The more he improved, the more he came into contact with the secrets of the ancient sword continent. He hated the Netherworld sect to the core. Therefore, Fang Chen paid special attention to the recruitment of disciples in the Five Elements Academy to prevent the remnants of the Netherworld sect from sneaking in and killing the geniuses of the Five Elements state like last time. After killing the Blood Shadow King, Fang Chen returned to the Five Elements Academy on a flying treasure. The bloody battle space would be open for half a year. He had nothing to do in this half a year. He only needed to wait. When the half a year was up, he would go and receive the geniuses. After returning to the Five Elements Academy, Fang Chen immersed himself in cultivation. A storm was brewing in the ancient sword continent. Although the Skybone King was hidden, there was no trace of him. But the genuine martial realm giants in the three states were deployed as a precaution. Once the Skybone King appeared again, he would definitely massacre the entire ancient sword continent. Only a quasi-king expert could stop him. As a genius of the Five Elements Academy, Fang Chen was working hard to cultivate and strive to step into the genuine martial realm before the half-a-year deadline. However, the path of cultivation was to fight against the heavens. It was extremely difficult. The LV8 to LV9 spiritual whirlpool realm was nothing in the eyes of others. But in the eyes of Fang Chen, it was a hurdle. Fang Chen had been stuck in the LV8 spiritual whirlpool realm for too long and could not break through. Even though Fang Chen's real combat strength had reached the LV1 genuine martial realm, he still could not break through. Fang Chen tried to condense the ninth spiritual spiral several times, but all of them failed. This made Fang Chen very confused, but after thinking about it carefully, Fang Chen could understand. What he needed now was an opportunity to strike after accumulating enough strength. During this period of time, Fang Chen's physical body had reached the peak and was stuck at a bottleneck, unable to reach the late stage of weapon refinement for the time being. However, Fang Chen didn't care about this. After all, the sword body was very difficult to cultivate. At his age, there were very few warriors who could cultivate their physical body to the level of an 8-star Dao body. Even a martial artist who specialized in cultivating the physical body would not be able to compare with him in terms of physical strength. It had not even been 10 years since he started cultivating. What does that mean? Some martial artists with lower aptitudes would have to spend 10 years in the chi refining realm. As for Fang Chen, he had cultivated from the chi refinement realm to the 8th level of the spirit whirlpool realm in less than 10 years. He was definitely the most outstanding genius in the ancient sword continent. However, Fang Chen knew that this was all because of the golden heart. From the moment he transmigrated, Fang Chen's fate was destined to be changed. He transmigrated because of the golden heart, and he was also glorious because of the golden heart. Fang Chen believed that he would eventually reach the peak of martial arts because of the Golden Heart. A month after Fang Chen returned to the Five Elements Academy, Star and Moon and Zhong Jingtao, as real martial arts realm students, were sent out to carry out a mission. As for Fang Chen, because he was not a real martial arts realm expert, he remained as a student to cultivate. Of course, Fang Chen had his own goals. That was to cultivate as soon as possible and strive to reach the 9th level of the Spirit Whirlpool realm. Then, he would be able to pass the 5th level of the Heaven Gate. In a month's time, Fang Chen's minor success sword body reached the complete realm. As Fang Chen's strength increased, minor success sword body was no longer enough to support Fang Chen's cultivation. Fang Chen gave up cultivating his body and continued to condense the 9th spiritual spiral. For a warrior, time was nothing at all. Sometimes, a closed-door training could last for years or even decades. Fang Chen was in closed-door training in the Sword Hidden Peak. In the blink of an eye, 5 months had passed. One day, on the Sword Hidden Peak, there was suddenly a skyrocketing light, which attracted all the warriors. The movement in the Sword Hidden Peak. Is Fang Chen going to break through to the real martial arts realm? It must be Fang Chen breaking through. It's really incredible. In such a short time, he's going to break through again. The many cultivators muttered to themselves, including Xiao Fang and the others. They entered the Five Elements Academy with Fang Chen. At that time in the Five Elements province, Xiao Fang and others were much stronger than Fang Chen. However, after entering the Five Elements Academy for 2 years, they had been left behind by Fang Chen. Seeing the skyrocketing aura in the direction of the Sword Hidden Peak, Xiao Fang and others smiled helplessly. Fang Chen is really abnormal. Sun Chiwen couldn't help but sigh. Yes, this guy's potential is too incredible. In such a short time, he is already standing at the peak of the Five Elements Academy. Qing Jingtong said. Not only that, but he also has a wife in the real martial arts realm. It's really enviable. He Jingwei said. Xiao Fang squinted and stared at the Sword Hidden Peak. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he shook his head and sighed. Boom. Above the Sword Hidden Peak, the majestic aura was getting stronger and stronger, attracting countless students. Many people thought that Fang Chen was breaking through to the real martial arts realm. At this time, on the Sword Hidden Peak, in Fang Chen's Dantian, the 9th spiritual spiral was condensing. After 5 months of hard work, the 9th spiritual spiral was finally condensed, which made Fang Chen very happy. The condensation of the 9th spiritual spiral lasted for a quarter of an hour. After a quarter of an hour, the skyrocketing aura in the sky disappeared, and the Sword Hidden Peak became calm again. Everyone looked in the direction of the Sword Hidden Peak curiously. At this time, Xiao Fang and the other 3 people calmly landed on the Sword Hidden Peak. This scene made countless martialists envious. According to the rules of the Five Elements Academy, without the permission of the owner, no one could easily set foot on other people's peaks. Xiao Fang and the other 3 people could set foot on the Sword Hidden Peak without informing Fang Chen, which was enough to show the affection between them. Just as Xiao Fang and the other 3 people landed, Lin Yanger, Blazing Heaven, and Song Xiong also arrived. Fang Chen, you are really good. He Jingwei said as soon as they met. Sit. Fang Chen pointed to the stone bench in the courtyard and laughed. Xiao Fang and the other 3 people grinned, but Fang Chen didn't change. The 4 people sat down without any hesitation and chatted with Fang Chen. Junior brother Fang, have you broken through? Blazing Heaven and Lin Yanger came together and asked. It's just luck. Fang Chen said modestly. Even the famous Fang Chen broke through by luck. What about us? Lin Yanger laughed. Everyone sat on the stone bench and chatted freely. Fang Chen hadn't been so free for a long time. That night, everyone drank and chatted until late at night. The next day, when Fang Chen woke up, he found that the others had already disappeared. Fang Chen shook his head and stood up. Yesterday, he had broken through to the 9th level of the spiritual spiral realm. Now, his strength was even more powerful. After 5 months, he finally broke through. Now, Fang Chen was truly invincible in the spiritual spiral realm. Even if he faced a LV1 genuine martial arts realm warrior, he was fearless. Fang Chen had unknowingly created history by challenging a genuine martial arts realm warrior with the cultivation of the spiritual spiral realm. There's still a month's time. Let's go through the heaven challenge. With a thought, Fang Chen entered the heaven pass. You're here again. The weapon spirit appeared and smiled. Senior, I would like to try. Fang Chen cupped his hands and said. The weapon spirit knew what Fang Chen was talking about and directly sent Fang Chen to the fifth challenge. Crash. The half-beast man appeared and stared at Fang Chen with a hint of joy in his eyes. You broke through, the half-beast man asked. Fang Chen nodded and said, I broke through. Good, I can't wait, the half-beast man said. Rumble. As soon as the half-beast man finished speaking, he threw out a punch. Instantly, the aura of the genuine martial arts realm emerged. Facing the half-beast man's attack, Fang Chen also activated the power of the 9th level of the spiritual spiral realm. He then used the sword body and threw out a punch. Bang! The two fists collided. Fang Chen's body kept retreating, and the half-beast man also took 2 steps back. Not bad. You're the first to make me take 2 steps back with just the power of the physical body. The half-beast man grinned. In the next moment, the half-beast man used an even fiercer attack. Fang Chen took out the hidden star sword and directly used the void destruction slash. Swoosh. Fang Chen disappeared and hid in the void. The half-beast man frowned. Fang Chen used the true meaning of the void. He could not find any trace of Fang Chen. Just as the half-beast man was thinking, a sword light that contained vast power suddenly slashed out from the void. Bang! The half-beast man did not even think and threw out a punch, hitting the sword light. Crack! The half-beast man's attack was actually repelled by the sword light. The half-beast man's body kept retreating. Good fellow, the 9th level of the spiritual spiral realm can actually force me to this extent. The half-beast man's eyes flickered as he said. Fang Chen's strength was no weaker than the half-beast man's. However, I can't go easy on you. Let's fight with all our might. The half-beast man said. Then, Fang Chen and the half-beast man instantly engaged in battle. Boom! On the battlefield, a deafening sound resounded through the sky. When he was at the 8th level of the spiritual spiral realm, Fang Chen could already fight against a martial artist at the 1st level of the genuine martial realm. Now that his cultivation was at the 9th level of the spiritual spiral realm, he was not afraid of the half-beast man who was at the peak of the 1st level of the genuine martial realm. However, although the half-beast man suppressed his cultivation, his combat experience was not something that Fang Chen could compare to. Fortunately, Fang Chen used the true meaning of the void to constantly launch sneak attacks. Over time, the half-beast man was also injured. Finally, in a sneak attack, when the half-beast man hurriedly blocked Fang Chen's void destruction slash, he suddenly realized that the hidden star sword was already at his neck. The half-beast man spread his hands and said, "You win." As soon as the half-beast man finished speaking, the weapon spirit appeared. Chapter 8:17. Brat, in just 5 months, your strength has increased so much. The item spirit excitedly smiled. Senior, Junior has passed, said Fang Chen. The item spirit nodded. You've passed the 5th trial. You've obtained the Heaven Link Peak's approval. Follow me. Fang Chen's vision turned white. In the next moment, he appeared at the peak of the Heaven Link Peak. Around him were the half-beast man and the item spirit. Senior. You don't need to call me senior. The item spirit stopped Fang Chen from speaking. He pointed at a statue at the center of the peak. That's the statue of my original master. At this time, Fang Chen noticed that there was a statue at the center of the peak. The master of the Heaven Link Peak. Fang Chen was startled. Fang Chen, since you've passed the 5th trial, you have the qualifications to know some secrets. My master was a supreme expert from outside this realm. But in his later years, he encountered some mishaps. In the end, he was plotted against by his enemies. Before he died, he tore open space and threw the Heaven Link Peak out. His goal was to find a successor, said the item spirit. Aren't disciples from outside this realm even more outstanding? Asked Fang Chen. Are you stupid? If the Heaven Link Peak was in the outer realm, how could it have existed for so long? It would have long since been destroyed by my master's enemies. The half-beast man glared at Fang Chen. Fang Chen nodded. He didn't say anything else. It's extremely difficult to find a suitable successor in this tiny place. According to my master's final wishes, every 1,000 years, the difficulty of the Heaven's Link Peak will be lowered until someone passes it, the artifact spirit said. Fang Chen was startled. So what he had passed was a trial that had already been lowered by who knew how many levels. Although your current strength isn't great, your potential is heaven-defying. Furthermore, you've comprehended a supreme true meaning. Even in the outer realm, there will be supreme experts fighting to take you as a disciple, said the item spirit. I didn't expect to meet a peerless genius like you here after such a long time. If my master knew about this in the netherworld, he would definitely be gratified, the artifact spirit said. After listening to the artifact spirit's explanation, Fang Chen understood that the so-called Heaven Connecting Peak was actually a way for the fallen Almighty to recruit disciples and pass on his legacy. Come and pay your respects to Master, the artifact spirit said. Fang Chen nodded. He walked up to the statue and bowed deeply 3 times. No matter what, he had benefited a lot from the Heaven Connecting Peak. Fang Chen, Master once said that those who pass the 5 trials of the Heaven's Link Peak can only become Master's disciple in name, said the artifact spirit. Nominal disciple? Fang Chen was startled. Just how powerful was the Master of Tongtian Peak? A martial artist who comprehended 2 kinds of true intents could actually only be his in-name disciple. Master's disciples are divided into nominal disciples, ordinary disciples, and true disciples. Master is an almighty and has formed his own sect. He has many disciples, but he has yet to find a single true disciple, said the artifact spirit. Then I'm considered a nominal disciple right now, said Fang Chen. You're not the same. You've comprehended 2 kinds of true intents, and one of them is a supreme true intent. So according to Master, you can directly become Master's true disciple. Fang Chen was also startled. Directly become a true disciple? You still don't know the true meaning of a supreme true intent. Once you reach the outer realms, you'll understand. The artifact spirit directly walked over to Fang Chen. You can refine the Heaven Connecting Peak now. How do I refine it? Asked Fang Chen. This is the refinement method. The artifact spirit handed the refinement method to Fang Chen. Fang Chen examined it and then sat down cross-legged to refine the Heaven Connecting Peak. Fang Chen's aura surged. A dusky aura filled the air. Seeing Fang Chen refine the Heaven Connecting Peak, the Beastman's face was filled with excitement. One day, we'll definitely be able to return to the outer realms and regain our freedom, said the Beastman. That's right. Ever since Master died, we've never left the Heaven Connecting Peak, said the artifact spirit. Fang Chen had passed the 5th trial and obtained the artifact spirit's approval. Refining the peak wasn't difficult at all. It took him more than half a month to completely refine the Heaven's Link Peak. Only then did Fang Chen realize that the Heaven Connecting Peak was much larger than he had imagined. It's so big. Fang Chen was incomparably shocked as he looked down at the Heaven Connecting Peak. Master, the Heaven Connecting Peak is a priceless treasure. The space inside is much larger than your ancient sword continent, laughed the artifact spirit. After refining the Heaven Connecting Peak, Fang Chen obtained a great deal of information. The master of the Heaven Connecting Peak was the Heaven Connecting Peak's patriarch, a supreme expert from the outer realms. Fang Chen curled his lips. His master was too powerful. The Heaven Connecting Peak was its own space. When the Heaven Connecting Peak had died, he had been afraid that his disciples would be killed by his enemies. So he had placed all of them within the Heaven Connecting Peak. At this time, Fang Chen could see that there was a certain space within the Heaven Connecting Peak. It was like a continent with countless martial artists living there. Some of these martial artists were the Heaven Connecting Peak's disciples, while others were ordinary disciples. There were also some children born from the union of these disciples. In short, this space was incomparably bustling. Master, this is the disciple area, introduced the artifact spirit. Fang Chen nodded. A disciple area was like a continent. As expected of the Heaven Connecting Peak. Why is it that even though I've refined the heaven-connecting peak, I'm unable to completely control it? Asked Fang Chen. Master, your cultivation base is too low. If you want to completely control the heaven-connecting peak, you need to be a profound king at the very least, replied the artifact spirit. So that's how it is. Fang Chen nodded. Wanting to reach the profound king realm was extremely difficult. For now, he wouldn't be able to take the heaven-connecting peak away. Master, the heaven-connecting peak has all kinds of treasures left behind by the old master. Do you need them? Asked the artifact spirit. Are there any wood attribute treasures? Asked Fang Chen after thinking for a moment. There are. The Chilean's wrist shook, and countless medicinal pills and heaven-defying spirit grasses appeared in front of Fang Chen. Master, these are the wood attribute medicinal pills and spirit grasses I've chosen. There's so many. Help me choose. I want to comprehend the concept of wood, said Fang Chen. The artifact spirit didn't understand why Fang Chen would want to comprehend the concept of wood when he already had the true meaning of the void. In its opinion, the concept of wood was too weak and couldn't enter its eyes. However, this was its master's request, and it immediately chose over 10 suitable medicinal pills and spirit grasses for its master. Master, these 10 types all meet your requirements, said the artifact spirit. Fang Chen looked at the 10 or so types of wood-type spiritual herbs and spiritual pills. Finally, Fang Chen's gaze landed on the first item, the green pill. Wood divine pill. Fang Chen held the wood divine pill in his hand and muttered to himself. Master, the wood divine pill is an extremely precious medicinal pill. After consuming it, you can instantly comprehend the concept of wood, said the artifact spirit. As soon as the artifact spirit finished speaking, the surrounding medicinal pills all disappeared. Master, as the new master of the heaven-connecting peak, all the resources here are yours. But before you completely control the heaven-connecting peak, you can only choose one free resource. If you want more resources in the future, you'll have to work hard. Hey! Fang Chen was a bit stunned, but then he shrugged. The original master didn't want you to use medicinal pills to increase your cultivation base and waste your talent, explained the artifact spirit. Fang Chen nodded. Medicinal pills were just external things. Only his own strength would forever belong to him. Fang Chen put away the wood divine pill and said, I'll be leaving first. The heaven-connecting peak was an unexpected surprise. Fang Chen didn't expect that after he passed through the heaven-connecting peak, he would actually obtain the inheritance of a powerful extraterritorial figure. But now, Fang Chen didn't think too much about it. He directly returned to the sword-hidden peak and swallowed the wood divine pill. Hiss, hiss. After swallowing the wood divine pill, the effect was obvious. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen found that there was an aura of the concept of wood around him. It's really powerful. Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. From start to finish, Fang Chen used around 15 minutes to completely grasp the concept of wood. At this time, Fang Chen couldn't wait to practice the wood sword technique. The 5 Elements sword technique was the unique skill of the 5 Elements Academy. It was powerful, and Fang Chen was looking forward to it. The wood sword technique. With the combination of the concept of wood, the speed of practicing the wood sword technique was very fast. Moreover, after the transformation of the golden heart, Fang Chen's comprehension of the sword principle was even more incredible. After a week, Fang Chen had practiced the wood sword technique to the imperceptible realm. One day, Fang Chen stopped practicing. After calculating the time, the bloody battle space had been opened for half a year. It was time to go to the bloody battle space to select students. Countless geniuses gathered at the foot of the bloody battle mountain in the bloody battle space. They were all geniuses who had survived on the edge of life and death. They had experienced bloody battles. It was really not easy to reach this step. Boom! Just as everyone was waiting, a gap suddenly appeared in the sky, and Fang Chen entered it. Compared to half a year ago, Fang Chen gave people a more profound aura. When everyone saw Fang Chen, they all cupped their hands. Half a year has passed. This time, the 5 Elements Academy will recruit 20 students. As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, 20 bronze pillars suddenly broke out of the ground and stood on the peak of the bloody battle mountain. Let's begin. Fang Chen floated in the sky and said softly. Suddenly, many outstanding disciples at the foot of the mountain began to climb the mountain. The battle was about to break out and was very fierce. In the end, 20 warriors stood out among the hundreds of warriors. These 20 people would join the Supreme Five Elements Academy in the Five Elements state. In the blink of an eye, the time was up. Fang Chen glanced at the 20 students on the bronze pillars and nodded with satisfaction. Although you can't join the Five Elements Academy, don't give up. The path of cultivation is against the heavens. As long as you work hard, it's the same everywhere. Fang Chen's words greatly boosted the morale of the crowd. Then, Fang Chen led the 20 disciples and left the bloody battle space. In the bloody battle city, Fang Chen looked at the 20 warriors and said, "I'll give you 3 days to settle your worldly affairs." Chapter 8:18. 3 days later, all 20 martial artists returned to bloody battle city. Under Fang Chen's lead, they went to the Five Elements Peak. On the way, Fang Chen introduced the newcomer assessment to them and dropped them off at the foot of the Five Elements Peak. As for Fang Chen, he returned to the Five Elements Academy early. A few days later, a shocking piece of news swept through the entire ancient sword continent. Skybone King appeared in Tianju, and the sect leader of the Akron sect appeared with him. The sect leader of the Akron sect was a mystic king at his peak. However, as he had just been resurrected, his strength had only recovered to the quasi-king realm. The two of them joined forces and defeated the quasi-king realm expert of Tianju. Fortunately, the quasi-king realm expert of the demon continent arrived in time and did not let Skybone King succeed. After that, Skybone King and the sect leader of the Akron sect led the remaining members of the Akron sect to confront the ancient sword continent. All the martial artists of the Akron sect who were hidden in the ancient sword continent appeared and gathered in a certain area in Tianju. Due to the strength of Skybone King and the sect leader of the Akron sect, they occupied half of Tianju as their territory and confronted the ancient sword continent. In Tianju, there was a wasteland called the Demon Plain. In fact, the plain was not called the Demon Plain, but because the battlefield was here, the mountains were filled with corpses. Blood flowed like rivers, so it was called the Demon Plain. Both sides had the same number of quasi-kings, so they did not dare to act rashly. The people below were doing whatever they wanted. On the Demon Plain, there was war every day. When the Five Elements continent received the news, they immediately made arrangements. Star and Moon and the others were also summoned back. Under the lead of Dean Wu Yun, they went to Tianju to confront the Akron sect. Bloody Spear Man stayed in the Five Elements continent to prevent the remaining members of the Akron sect from causing trouble. The Akron sect rose from the ashes and the war began. The martial artists of the 3 continents gathered in Tianju to confront the Akron sect. Behind the Demon Plain, on top of a tall city, a crimson-robed figure stood. Beside him was a demonic beast that was several feet tall. Skybone King, I've fought with the human tribe more than once. Don't worry. According to my plan, we'll definitely be able to annihilate the human tribe. The crimson-robed figure laughed sinisterly. Yellow Spring Sect's master, if we work together, we can easily deal with those 2 quasi-kings. Why don't we just attack them directly? Asked King Tianjiyu. The human race has a deep foundation. If we act rashly, we might fail, Yellow Spring Sect Master said in a low voice. Looking at the distant horizon, he vaguely remembered that the Yellow Spring Sect had been destroyed all those years ago because of his arbitrary actions. This time, he had gone through untold hardships to resurrect himself. He would definitely not let the events of the past repeat themselves. The Demon Province and Five Elements Province's people have arrived. Can the Yellow Spring Sect's cultivators block them? Asked Skybone King. Don't worry. Our Yellow Spring Sect isn't a pushover. I have my ways. What we need to do now is stall for time. Once I recover to the profound King realm, a mere ancient sword continent will be nothing, said the Yellow Spring Sect Master with a sinister smile. At this time, on the other side of the Devil Plain, many true martial realm cultivators stood on a tall city. They were all the top figures of the ancient sword continent. I didn't expect King Tianjiyu to resurrect the Yellow Spring Sect's master. Damn it, said old Devil Mo angrily with a gloomy face. This time, the Yellow Spring sect's master and King Tianjiyu had attacked the Qianju province, causing half of the Qianju province to fall. This made him very angry, but there was nothing he could do. With two quasi-kings, King Tianjiyu and the Yellow Spring sect's master shouldn't dare to act rashly for the time being. The most important thing now is the battle on the Devil Plain, said old ancestor Hei Mo. There were two battlefields on the Devil Plain. One was the Spiritual Vortex Realms battlefield, and the other was the True Martial Realms battlefield. In half a year, King Tianjiyu and the Yellow Spring sect's master had awakened a few of the 8 great kings. They had even found the other 2 venerables. The True Martial Realms battlefield had 3 venerables. Even if old ancestor Hei Mo and the others joined forces, they wouldn't be able to break through in a short time. The Spiritual Vortex Realms battlefield had kings. They were invincible. After the martial artists from the Demon and 5 Elements continents arrived, the Spiritual Vortex Realm martial artists joined the battlefield. The True Martial Realms powerhouses also came to the True Martial Realms battlefield. The 3 venerables are very strong. We don't need to kill them. We just need to trap them and exhaust them, said old ancestor Hei Mo in a low voice. No problem. Many True Martial Realm martial artists joined the battlefield. Hihi, someone is finally here. The 3 venerables' faces were gloomy as they laughed. Suddenly, the True Martial Realms battlefield exploded with deafening noises. Although there were many True Martial Realm martial artists on the ancient Sword continent, the Yellow Spring sect's master wasn't worried at all. The 3 venerables were not only strong, but they also had a combination array. No matter how many True Martial Realm martial artists there were, they wouldn't be able to break through. Fang Chen was assigned to the Spiritual Vortex Realms battlefield. Kill. Countless martial artists roared in anger. They fought with the remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect. The entire battlefield was filled with blood. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen shook his head helplessly. War was too scary. Swoosh. Just as Fang Chen entered the battlefield, a javelin with terrifying power suddenly pierced towards Fang Chen. After Fang Chen sensed the force, he extended his palm and grabbed the javelin. Then, he flung it out. Ah! Suddenly, a miserable cry was heard. A Spiritual Vortex Realm martial artist from the Yellow Spring sect died instantly. Fang Chen started fighting. He killed any True Martial Realm martial artist who came near him with a punch. Wherever his fist passed, the martial artists from the Yellow Spring sect died tragically. Finally, after killing more than 10 Yellow Spring sect's remaining members, he was noticed by the king. Black Demon King, there's a powerful human kid over there. Go and kill him, said the Ice King to the Black Demon King. Okay. The Black Demon King nodded and came to Fang Chen's side. Kid, you can die now. On the Spiritual Vortex Realm battlefield, the king of the Yellow Spring sect dominated everything. You're the one who's going to die. Fang Chen roared. In a flash, he appeared in front of the Black Demon King. Then, Fang Chen took out the hidden star sword and performed the Musen swordsmanship. Whoosh! An endless stream of energy shot out from the hidden star sword and pierced toward the Black Fiend King. With the Yellow Spring sect leader and Skybone King watching, Fang Chen did not want to expose his true meaning of the void. Swoosh! Seeing this, the Black Demon King threw out a punch. When his fist hit the sword light, it was instantly pierced. Damn it! How dare you hurt me? The Black Demon King roared. Immediately, black evil aura surged around him. In the next moment, the Black Demon King unleashed a powerful attack. I'm the Black Demon King, an extreme Spiritual Vortex Realm martial artist. You're dead for sure, the Black Demon King roared. Fang Chen sneered and said disdainfully, with your strength, you dare to call yourself an extreme Spiritual Vortex Realm martial artist. In the next moment, Fang Chen performed the Void Destruction Slash. Suddenly, a sword light slashed across the void and slashed towards the Black Demon King. The Black Demon King sensed the danger of this sword light. His body flashed and he wanted to dodge. However, it was too late. Poochie. The Black Demon King's arm was instantly cut off by the Void Destruction Slash. He let out a miserable cry. The Black Demon King's cry alarmed the Ice King. Black Demon King, Seeing this, the Ice King realized how powerful Fang Chen was. His body flashed and he came in front of the Black Demon King. He wanted to block Fang Chen's attack. You can't block it. Fang Chen's figure disappeared from the Ice Monarch's sight. In the next moment, he appeared behind the Black Fiend Monarch. Scorching flames appeared around the hidden star sword as it pierced into the Black Fiend Monarch's body. Black flames spread throughout the Black Demon King's body. He was instantly incinerated. Not even his bones were left. You killed the Black Demon King. The Ice King was furious. He looked at Fang Chen with scarlet eyes. The Black Fire attribute was the second attribute of the hidden star sword. The Black Fire was the black flame in Fang Chen's body. It had the characteristics of the undying flame. In the future, it might transform into the undying flame. Fang Chen had once merged the Black Fire into the hidden star sword to attack. As a result, the Black Fire remained in the hidden star sword. After being refined by the bone weapon Saint Master, the hidden star sword became a Dao weapon. Moreover, it had a second attribute, the Black Fire attribute. The power of the Black Fire attribute was much stronger than the Moonlight attribute. I will kill you to avenge the Black Demon King, the Ice King roared furiously. You can even kill the Black Demon King. Who do you think you are? Fang Chen sneered. The situation here was discovered by the human race martial artists. Everyone cheered. This kid had just entered the battlefield and killed a king of the Yellow Spring sect. Finally, a spirit spiral realm martial artist of the human race can restrain a king of the Yellow Spring sect. Brothers, kill all the Yellow Spring sect martial artists. The ancient sword continent is our home. We can't allow the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect to destroy it. Fang Chen's actions gave the martial artists a lot of motivation. Everyone rushed to the front line and started fighting with the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect. No matter what, you will die, the Ice King said sinisterly. The Yellow Spring sect had 8 kings. The Spiritual Pupil King and the Blood Shadow King had fallen. Only 6 kings were left. The Yellow Spring sect master and the Skybone King worked together to revive them. Originally, the 6 kings had already dominated the Spirit Spiral Realm battlefield. However, the Black Demon King had been killed by this young martial artist. The Ice King was furious. You are the one who will die. Fang Chen used the Void Destruction Slash again. The Black Fire attribute erupted and blasted towards the Ice King. Compared to the Black Demon King, the Ice King was even more aggrieved. Because he mainly cultivated an ice-based cultivation technique, Fang Chen's Black Fire attribute countered him. Damn it! How can his Black Fire be so powerful? The Ice King roared furiously, trying to break free. Whoosh! Enveloped by the Black Fire, the Ice King had nowhere to hide. Fang Chen's hidden star sword pierced through his head. Killing 2 kings in a row finally attracted the attention of the Yellow Spring sect. The eyes of the other 4 martial emperors flickered as they gathered together to discuss how to deal with Fang Chen. As for the human race, the martial artists' morale was greatly boosted. They did their best to kill the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect. Chapter 8:19. On the ancient sword continent side, the 2 quasi-king ancestors in the clouds also noticed Fang Chen. Their gazes shifted from the true martial battlefield to the spirit vortex battlefield. The true martial battlefield won't be able to determine the victor in a short period of time. The main thing will depend on the spirit vortex battlefield, said the quasi-king ancestor of the Tianju province. This time, the Yellow Spring sect came with great momentum. Once the Yellow Spring sect master breaks through to the profound king realm, the ancient sword continent will fall, said the quasi-king ancestor of the demon continent. The 2 ancestors were talking when they suddenly noticed the commotion on the spirit vortex battlefield. Which province is this kid from? Asked the quasi-king ancestor of the Tianju province. I think he's from the 5 Elements province, said the ancestor of the demon continent. Of the 3 provinces, only the 5 Elements province didn't have a quasi-king ancestor. Hearing this, the quasi-king ancestor of the Tianju province was even more astonished. This kid is pretty good. He killed 2 kings of the Yellow Spring sect in the blink of an eye, said the Tianju ancestor with a smile. The quasi-king ancestor of the demon continent also noticed Fang Chen's extraordinariness and laughed heartily. At that moment, due to Fang Chen's participation in the spirit whirlpool battlefield, the entire battle situation had undergone a huge change. After killing 2 kings in a row, Fang Chen's fame spread throughout the battlefield. Kill. Fang Chen's actions undoubtedly raised the morale of the spirit vortex realm cultivators, causing them to fight with all their might. The ancient sword continent's side, which had been at a disadvantage at the start, instantly exploded with fighting spirit and suppressed the Yellow Spring sect side. At this moment, the other 4 kings also noticed Fang Chen. Broken Sword King, Jade King, the 2 of you, kill him, shouted one of the kings. Instantly, the 2 kings came together and surrounded Fang Chen. 2 more people coming to die. Fang Chen sneered. Kid, you're too arrogant, roared the Broken Sword King sinisterly with his sword in hand. Beside him, King Shiyu's pretty face was covered with frost as murderous intent filled her eyes. Let's attack together and kill him, King Shiyu said. The 2 kings attacked at the same time, and the Broken Sword King swung his sword. Countless shocking sword lights appeared in the sky, and under the Broken Sword King's control, those sword lights shot towards Fang Chen. At the same time, Jade King cast a spell of enchantment. Her illusionary aura enveloped Fang Chen, trapping Fang Chen in an illusion. Illusion. Fang Chen, who was in the illusion, laughed coldly and said, "You dare to use illusions and sword techniques before me?" Fang Chen was an illusory sword path martial artist. Illusions and swordsmanship were his forte. Yet, these 2 kings were actually using illusions and sword techniques in front of him. As soon as Fang Chen said this, a hallucinatory aura erupted and the illusion created by the Jade King shattered. How is this possible? King Shiyu cried out in fright. At the same time, the Broken Sword King's countless sword lights appeared in front of Fang Chen. Let me show you the true illusory sword path, Fang Chen said in a low voice. Then, a terrifying hallucinatory aura emanated from his body. It instantly filled the air and enveloped the Broken Sword King and King Shiyu. In the next moment, Fang Chen used the Musen sword technique. Majestic sword lights pierced towards the Broken Sword King and Jade King. No. At this moment, the Broken Sword King and Jade King finally realized how powerful Fang Chen was. The 2 of them roared unwillingly before they were trapped in the illusion. However, when the hallucinatory aura enveloped them, the wild sword chi wreaked havoc everywhere. Whoosh! The Musen sword technique turned into a monstrous sword light that pierced towards the 2 kings. The other 2 kings who were on the other side of the battlefield heard King Shiyu's miserable cry and were stunned. Then, their expressions changed drastically. Stop! The Dream Demon King roared. Suddenly, an illusory aura was released from his body and enveloped Fang Chen. At the same time, the other king also attacked with all his strength. It's too late. Fang Chen sneered. The Hidden Star Sword's black fire attribute instantly erupted. Hiss! The Broken Sword King who was trapped in the illusion was pierced by the Hidden Star Sword. Black flames spread everywhere. By the time he reacted, he was already on the verge of death. I can't accept this. The Broken Sword King cried out miserably and fell to the ground unwillingly. At this moment, the Jade King, who was trapped in the illusion, was using all her strength to resist the black flames. Her clothes had been completely burned away. Her pure white body was instantly exposed. However, she couldn't care less at this moment. Saving her life was more important. Hold on, the Jade King said to herself. As long as she could hold on for 1 more minute, the Dream Demon King would arrive and she wouldn't die. However, just as she was trying her best to resist, the ice-cold star hidden sword pierced into her delicate body with a poochie sound. Puff! The Jade King spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground softly. The illusion dissipated instantly. The 2 corpses were completely burned away. At this moment, the Dream Demon King's illusory aura quietly arrived. Scram! Fang Chen shouted. Suddenly, the true meaning of sword burst out from his body, directly swallowing up the dreamlike aura. Let's go. After killing 4 kings in a row, the Dream Demon King was also terrified. At this moment, King Hiyu roared and grabbed the Dream Demon King. In a flash, They retreated from the battlefield. Out of the 6 kings, 4 had died in an instant. The remaining 2 had escaped. In an instant, the situation on the battlefield took a huge turn. Under the leadership of Fang Chen, the spiritual whirlpool realm martial artists of the Yellow Spring sect suffered heavy casualties. They couldn't resist at all. Retreat. At the sight of this, the Yellow Spring sect master's face revealed a sinister expression as he spoke in a sinister tone. Following the order of the Yellow Spring sect master, the remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect on the spiritual whirlpool realm battlefield all retreated. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect the crisis on the spiritual whirlpool realm battlefield to be resolved so easily by this little guy. The ancestor of the demon continent laughed heartily in the clouds. The ancestor of the Tianju continent was also very happy. On the spiritual whirlpool realm battlefield, the ancient sword continent returned victorious while the Yellow Spring sect suffered heavy losses. Out of the 6 kings, 4 had died. Retreat. The 3 honorables on the true martial realm battlefield were also called back by the Yellow Spring sect master. Suddenly, the 2 battlefields on the demon plane quieted down. Just you wait. The Yellow Spring sect will take over the entire ancient sword continent. The Yellow Spring sect master stood in the air and looked at the clouds in the sky. After speaking, the Yellow Spring sect master and Skybone King entered the city that the Yellow Spring sect had taken over. Many true martial realm martial artists looked at each other. They didn't know why the Yellow Spring sect had suddenly retreated. After the true martial realm martial artists returned, they were all called back to the city's main hall. This city was the frontline city. It was also the headquarters of the resistance against the Yellow Spring sect. At this moment, in the city's main hall, 2 quasi-kings were sitting on the highest thrones. Below them were many true martial realm martial artists. Call the little guy from the 5 elements state here too, the ancestor of the Tianju continent suddenly said. Everyone was puzzled. Who was the little guy that the ancestor of the Tianju continent was talking about? At this moment, the ancestor of the demon continent spoke. The little guy who comprehended the sword intent. Hearing this, Dean Wuyun instantly understood that the 2 quasi-kings were talking about Fang Chen. After a while, Fang Chen was brought to the main hall. Junior Fang Chen greets the 2 ancestors. Fang Chen cupped his hands and said, "You are Fang Chen?" The ancestor of the Tianju continent looked at Fang Chen curiously and asked. Fang Chen nodded. The ancestor of the demon continent smiled and said, "Little guy, you are a little strange." The true martial realm martial artists below were all surprised. The 2 ancestors had called everyone here to discuss a strategy against the Yellow Spring sect. Why would they praise Fang Chen? The ancestor of the Black Demon continent looked at Fang Chen thoughtfully. Behind him, Heitai's eyes flashed. No one knew what he was thinking. As for the old Mo of the Tianju continent, he chuckled. Lin Lu's pitch-black eyes were filled with fighting spirit. 2 ancestors, we have been called here to discuss a strategy against the Yellow Spring sect. Fang Chen is a spiritual vortex realm martial artist. I'm afraid he is not qualified to participate, said Heitai. Heitai was the top martial artist of the ancient sword continent's younger generation. Even he couldn't receive praise from the 2 quasi-king ancestors. On the contrary, Fang Chen, a spiritual vortex realm martial artist, was praised by the 2 ancestors. Heitai couldn't accept this. Therefore, he said this. Hearing this, everyone looked at the 2 ancestors in unison. Shut up, scolded the ancestor of the demon continent. The ancestor of the Tianju continent smiled and said, "If I said that I killed 4 kings of the Yellow Spring sect by myself and caused them to panic and retreat, would you believe me?" Hearing the ancestor of the Tianju continent, the Tianju and demon continent were in an uproar. They looked at Fang Chen in shock. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Of course, the true martial realm martial artists of the 5 elements continent were the calmest. They already knew that Fang Chen had the combat strength to fight against a LV1 true martial realm martial artist. What was a mere king of the Yellow Spring sect? To be honest, when Fang Chen entered the spiritual vortex realm battlefield, it was a massacre. No one could defeat him. Who dared to doubt the words of the ancestor of the Tianju continent? That's right. Although Fang Chen's cultivation is at LV9 spiritual vortex realm, his combat strength is comparable to a LV1 true martial realm martial artist, said the ancestor of the demon continent. The two of them had been paying attention to Fang Chen. They could see Fang Chen's strength at a glance. The true martial realm martial artists of the Tianju and demon continent discussed among themselves. A martial artist at LV9 spiritual vortex realm with combat strength comparable to a LV1 true martial realm martial artist was too heaven-defying. Once he stepped into the true martial realm, how powerful would he be? It was no wonder that the true martial realm martial artists of the Five Elements Academy had risked everything to save Fang Chen in the wilderness outside the border city. Thinking of this, everyone shook their heads. It seemed that they had all underestimated this guy. This boy's potential is unmatched among the younger generation of the ancient sword continent, said the ancestor of the demon continent. The words of a quasi-king expert carried a lot of weight. When he said this, it also meant that Fang Chen had officially been recognized by the ancient sword continent as the person with the most potential among the younger generation of the continent. He is the hope of the ancient sword continent, said the ancestor of the Tianju continent. Everyone was shocked. The meaning of the ancestor of the Tianju continent's words was obvious. Chapter 820. While the ancient sword continent was discussing how to deal with the Yellow Spring sect, the Yellow Spring sect was also having an emergency meeting. In the headquarters of the Yellow Spring sect, the Yellow Spring sect master and Skybone King sat side by side. Below them were 3 honorables and 2 kings. Because of him alone, the spiritual vortex realm battlefield was defeated, the Yellow Spring sect master said coldly with a gloomy face. Sect master, this person has obtained the inheritance of the heavenly Void King. We must kill him as soon as possible, Skybone King reminded. He naturally recognized Fang Chen. Back then, he had controlled the souls of the 4. Until now, he still did not know how the 4 of them managed to escape. This person's strength is obviously comparable to the real martial realm. In the spiritual vortex realm battlefield, he is simply invincible, the Yellow Spring sect master said. We can cancel the spiritual vortex realm battlefield and focus on the real martial realm battlefield, Skybone King said. Below them, the 3 honorables were also making suggestions from time to time. The entire ancient sword continent had entered the most tense period. The Yellow Spring sect had risen from the ashes and was planning to annex the ancient sword continent. The ancient sword continent was also fighting back. There were only 2 quasi-kings on the ancient sword continent and 2 quasi-kings on the Yellow Spring sect side. The current Yellow Spring sect was almost on par with the ancient sword continent. However, the ancient sword continent had to be wary of the Yellow Spring sect master. He was once a mysterious king realm elite. Although he had fallen back then, his cultivation had fallen to the quasi-king realm after his resurrection. However, his strength was not to be underestimated. Once he stepped into the mysterious king realm again, the ancient sword continent would fall completely. Just as the 2 sides were fighting, in the southernmost part of the ancient sword continent, there was a vast ocean. The ancient sword continent called this ocean a forbidden zone. This was because no one had ever been able to cross the ocean. According to legend, there were many monsters in the ocean. These monsters were abnormally strong. Of course, the monsters in the ocean had signed an agreement with the ancient sword continent in ancient times. They would not invade the ancient sword continent. The martial artists of the ancient sword continent were also unable to cross the ocean and go to the wider world. At some point in time, the sky above the Forbidden Zone's ocean suddenly surged with waves. Then, a pillar of light descended from the sky. Ha ha ha, we've finally passed through the space-time barrier and arrived at the mortal continent. Within the light pillar, there was a monstrous aura as such a voice rang out. This pillar of light startled the entire Forbidden Ocean zone. Countless sea beast kings emerged from the seabed. Who dares trespass on my forbidden sea? Roared one of the bloodshark beast kings. It's been many years since a human dared to stir up trouble in my forbidden area of the ocean. They're really courting death, the octopus beast king said coldly. There were about 10 beast kings on the surface of the Forbidden Ocean. They were all glaring angrily at the light pillar that was descending from the sky. Boom! When the light pillar dissipated, a ripple instantly appeared in the forbidden area of the ocean, causing the entire forbidden area of the ocean to shake. Then, a huge ship appeared in the ocean. Damned humans! More than 10 beast kings were enraged and attacked the ship at the same time. At this moment, there were 3 warriors on the ship. Their attire was completely different from the folk customs of the ancient sword continent. Foolish fellows! One of the warriors with a long sword on his back had a cold expression on his face. He suddenly punched out, and more than 10 beast kings were sent flying and fell into the forbidden area of the ocean, casually taking care of more than 10 beast kings. If this scene were to spread, it would definitely shock the entire ancient sword continent. The demonic beasts here are too weak. Another warrior with a folding fan in his hand grinned. Wu-Ku, don't be so picky. Our goal is to occupy the mortal continent and become the overlords. The weaker they are, the better. The third warrior said. In the forbidden area of the ocean, more than 10 beast kings were filled with fear. Who are they? Why are they so powerful? Could they be Mystic King experts? Hurry up and find the Lord Beast King. Immediately, some beast kings went to find the Lord Beast King. As for the other beast kings, they stared at the ship warily in the water. I'll give you 2 hours. Get your strongest expert to come and see us. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. The man with a long sword on his back said coldly. Instantly, his voice spread throughout the entire forbidden area of the ocean. A moment later, rumbling sounds came from the depths of the forbidden area of the ocean. Following that, the entire ocean began to roar in anger. A whale that was several feet tall slowly floated to the surface of the water. Which expert has come to my forbidden area of the ocean? The devil whale race was the overlord of the forbidden area of the ocean. And this huge devil whale was the patriarch of the devil whale race, as well as the only lord beast in the entire forbidden area of the ocean. You're the strongest expert here? The fan-wielding warrior called Wu-Ku asked with a smile. That's right. I am, said the Lord Beast King. You're just an early mystic king. The man with a long sword on his back shook his head disdainfully. Who are you? Asked the Lord Beast King. As a mystic king, the Lord Beast King was naturally able to sense their auras. Why would 3 mystic kings suddenly appear in the forbidden area of the ocean? The 3 of us are outsiders. We came to the mortal continent to temper ourselves. Submit or die. Make your choice, said the man with a long sword. You want me to submit? The Lord Beast King was a bit displeased. Whoosh. It had only just finished speaking when an illusory swordlight slashed its body, forcing it back. Next time, it won't be like this, said the man with a long sword. The devil whale beast king was shocked. It had a natural advantage in the forbidden area of the ocean, and it was also a mystic king. He was actually unable to block a casual sword strike from the other party. These 3 foreign martial artists were too formidable, weren't they? Submit or die, said Wu-Ku. I'm willing to submit. In the world of demon beasts, the strong were revered. These 3 people were too strong, and the Lord Beast King was unable to resist them. So it could only submit. Good. Starting today, this will be our headquarters, said Wu-Ku. Tell us about this mortal continent situation, said the one who had been silent this entire time. In the extreme north of the forbidden area of the ocean, there's a continent called the Ancient Sword Continent. It's the only continent here. The Lord Beast King told the 3 of them in detail. I didn't expect that we would travel through the space-time barrier on the Devil Cloud continent to arrive in the Qingyun domain. Wu-Ku waved his fan and smiled. The Qingyun domain has a total of 3 continents. The Ancient Sword Continent is only one of them, said Ling Jing. The 3 of us will refine a continent each, said the man with a long sword. Send your subordinates to investigate the Ancient Sword Continent situation and report back to us, said Ling Jing. Yes, sirs, said the Lord Beast King respectfully. The 3 of them were too strong. They weren't people he could provoke. At this time, the people on the Ancient Sword Continent had no idea that an even greater danger was quietly approaching. Fang Chen's sudden appearance had caused the battle between the Yellow Spring sect and the Ancient Sword Continent to temporarily stop. The ancient sword continent's cultivators were all doing their best to raise their cultivation. One day, Lin Lu found Fang Chen and challenged Fang Chen. However, Fang Chen directly refused. "Fang Chen, do you want to be a coward for the rest of your life?" Lin Lu said sinisterly. Although Fang Chen had saved him in the Heavenly Void Mysteryland, he wasn't grateful at all. He had always hated Star and Moon for killing his brother, Linda. "Boring," Fang Chen said and turned to leave. Lin Lu's eyes flashed with killing intent. He looked at Fang Chen's back and then turned around. The current Fang Chen really didn't take Lin Lu seriously. Although Fang Chen's cultivation hadn't reached the true martial realm, his strength was comparable to a martial artist at the peak of LV1 true martial realm. One day, the Yellow Spring sect, which had stopped fighting for a long time, suddenly started to clamor. "Today, the Yellow Spring sect will trample the ancient sword continent," said the Yellow Spring sect leader with a cold smile. With a wave of his hand, the three honorables all entered the true martial realm battlefield. On the ancient sword continent's side, many true martial realm cultivators also entered the battlefield. A fierce battle broke out on the true martial realm battlefield. Then, the spiritual whirlpool realm battlefield was also overcrowded. "This time, we must kill him," said the Yellow Spring sect leader eerily when he saw Fang Chen enter the battlefield. On the demon plane, the two major battlefields continued to fight. In the clouds in the sky, the Tianju Patriarch asked doubtfully, "Is the Yellow Spring sect plotting something? They know that with Fang Chen here, they can't win at the spiritual whirlpool realm battlefield." The Demon Continent Patriarch thought for a moment and said, "Since they are plotting something, with Fang Chen's strength, there is nothing to fear." As expected, just as the two quasi-kings finished speaking, a voice rang out. Suddenly, a bright light exploded on the spiritual whirlpool realm battlefield. With the two quasi-kings of the Yellow Spring sect in the lead and 30 spiritual whirlpool realm martial artists as support, they instantly set up a formation to trap Fang Chen. Seeing this, the faces of the two quasi-kings in the clouds in the sky instantly darkened. "The Yellow Spring sect is targeting Fang Chen. They want to kill Fang Chen," said the Tianju Patriarch. Chapter 821. In the clouds in the void, the faces of the two patriarchs darkened. The potential that Fang Chen displayed shocked them. Although Fang Chen's cultivation hadn't reached the true martial realm, they believed that Fang Chen could reach the legendary profound king realm in the future. Fang Chen was the future hope of the ancient sword continent. But now, the Yellow Spring sect had set up the long-lost hexagonal astral formation. This infuriated the two patriarchs in the clouds. They wanted to save Fang Chen, but there was nothing they could do. On the other side, the two quasi-king level experts were eyeing him covetously. Once they made a move, it would definitely lead to an all-out battle. That wasn't something they wanted to see. "I hope he can survive," the Tianju Patriarch said in a low voice. The Demon Continent Patriarch didn't say anything, but his eyes flickered. At this moment, in the Spirit Vortex realm battlefield, Fang Chen was trapped in the hexagonal astral formation. Of course, Fang Chen didn't know that this formation was the legendary hexagonal astral formation. What kind of formation is this? When Fang Chen entered the spirit formation, he realized that it was no ordinary spirit formation. Could it be a Dao level formation? Fang Chen's face changed as he looked around. Grey mist filled the air, and an evil aura mixed within. It was as if he was isolated. "Keek, this hexagonal astral formation is specially made to deal with you. You're dead." At a certain moment, the Dream Demon King entered the hexagonal astral formation and said eerily, "Hexagonal astral formation." Fang Chen's heart sank when he heard those words. As a top formation grandmaster, Fang Chen naturally knew what the hexagonal astral formation meant. How is this possible? Wasn't the hexagonal astral formation lost a long time ago? Fang Chen's heart was in turmoil. The hexagonal astral formation was a top Dao level formation that had been lost in the ancient sword continent for a long time. Back then, when the hexagonal astral formation was set up, it shook the continent. The hexagonal astral formation was the most outstanding work of the six-horned old man. After he created the hexagonal astral formation, he disappeared. Back then, There was a rumor that once the hexagon astral formation was activated, even a true force cultivator wouldn't be able to break it. Only a quasi-king level cultivator would be able to break it. The hexagonal astral formation was popular throughout the continent and became the supreme formation in the hearts of all formation masters. However, due to certain reasons, the hexagonal astral formation was lost. Over time, the hexagonal astral formation no longer existed on the ancient sword continent. And now, the Yellow Spring sect had actually found the long-lost hexagonal astral formation. Moreover, it was used on Fang Chen. From this, it could be seen how much they desired to kill that child. On the other side of the Devil Plain, the Skybone King and the Akron sect master stood quietly on the tall city with smiles on their faces. Enveloped by the hexagonal starlight array, Fang Chen would not be able to escape even if he had wings. He would undoubtedly die. A spiritual whirlpool realm cultivator actually forced me to use the hexagonal astral formation, the Akron sect master said in a low voice. I didn't expect the sect master to have the long-lost hexagonal astral formation, the Skybone King couldn't help but exclaim. The Skybone King was an ancient expert. Although he had never seen the six-horned old man, he had heard of his name. At that time, the six-horned old man's name was known throughout the world. However, who would have thought that after nearly 10,000 years, there would still be someone who had the incantation for the hexagonal astral formation? In the battlefield of the spiritual whirlpool realm, Fang Chen, who was in the hexagonal astral formation, stared at the Dream Demon King. Whoosh! The Dream Demon King's mind moved, and a strong aura of the dream realm emerged from his body and shrouded Fang Chen. You're courting death. Fang Chen growled, and an illusory aura instantly erupted. A wild sword light instantly shot out. In the vast sword light, there was a trace of black flame that shot rapidly toward the Dream Demon King. Ah! The Dream Demon King's dreamland was instantly broken by Fang Chen's illusory aura. At the same time, the sword light from the hidden star sword pierced the Dream Demon King's arm. The Dream Demon King screamed, and his body flashed, disappearing into the void. Kid, you're dead meat now that you've fallen into the hexagonal astral formation. Outside the formation, the Dream Demon King's angry roar could be heard. Fang Chen looked around the hexagonal astral formation. He could sense that there was a strange aura within the formation. This strange aura was actually consuming Fang Chen's life force. Is this the terror of the hexagonal astral formation? Fang Chen muttered to himself. His eyes flickered, and he was thinking of a way to break out of it. The hexagonal astral formation wouldn't actively attack, but it would consume the life force of the martial artist. Once the life force was exhausted, the martial artist would definitely die. This was the most terrifying part of the hexagonal astral formation. At the extreme south of the ancient sword continent, the Forbidden Ocean region. Today, the Forbidden Ocean region was especially lively. All the Beast Kings were led by the Devil Whale Beast Emperor to the deepest part of the Forbidden Ocean region. Here, a brand new Crystal Palace had just been completed. Seeing the majestic Crystal Palace, the Devil Whale Beast Emperor couldn't help sighing. These three foreign experts were too strong. This Crystal Palace was as luxurious as a tenth of the Forbidden Ocean region's resources. It was extremely extravagant. Let's go in. The Devil Whale Beast Emperor led the Beast Kings into the Crystal Palace. The Crystal Palace was the residence of the three foreign guests. Within the residence, there were countless demonic beasts that were busy with their tasks. The Devil Whale Beast Emperor entered the palace. The three foreign experts had been waiting for a long time. Congratulations to the three of you for successfully constructing your residence, said the Devil Whale Beast Emperor. The sword-bearing man didn't say anything. Instead, Wu Ku directly asked, "How's the investigation going?" The Devil Whale Beast Emperor said, "In order not to alert them, I sent my subordinates to investigate. On the ancient sword continent, two major powers are currently fighting. It involves the entire ancient sword continent." "What's the strongest power?" asked Ling Jing. "Through the observation of my subordinates, there are two quasi-king level experts on each side. For now, there are no Xian King level experts," said the Devil Whale Emperor. The ancient sword continent's power couldn't even compare to their Forbidden Ocean region. As for the other 2 continents, I've never heard of them. I wasn't able to find any information. The devil whale beast emperor had always lived in the Forbidden Ocean region. It didn't know about the Green Cloud continent, nor did it know that there were other continents in this space besides the ancient sword continent. All right, you can leave, said Wu Ku. The devil whale beast emperor nodded and left with the other beast kings. Only 3 Xenorace guests remained within the hall. What do you think of Devil Cloud Lianju? Asked Wu Ku. The sword-bearing man was called Devil Cloud Lianju. The ink cloud boat they used to pass through the space-time barrier was Devil Cloud Lianju's boat. Devil Cloud Lianju thought for a moment and then said, according to the information we've gathered, this so-called ancient sword continent doesn't even have a single profound king. It's not worth mentioning. Let's just take it over. Then the question is, which of the 3 of us will refine it? Asked Wu Ku. This was a question worth investigating. All 3 of them wanted to refine the mortal continents, but who would do it first? Ling Jing directly said, the ancient sword continent is only one of them. It doesn't matter who refines it. In any case, the Green Cloud continent has 3 continents. All 3 of us will have a share. The 3 of them exchanged glances and then nodded. Ancient sword continent, Tianju, Devil Plains. The battle continued. The true martial battlefield was still the same. Both sides were evenly matched. As for the spirit vortex battlefield, Fang Chen was trapped while the other human cultivators were constantly being killed. The 2 patriarchs in the clouds were very anxious, but there was nothing they could do. Fang Chen had already been trapped in the hexagonal astral formation for some time. It's already been an hour. That kid doesn't have much life left, said the Dream Demon King sinisterly. Wait a little longer. Let's just exhaust him to death. Don't cause any more trouble. Many Yellow Spring sect cultivators maintained the formation. Within the formation, Fang Chen's life force was still somewhat weak at the beginning. But later, when the Golden Heart began to operate, the hexagonal astral formation was actually unable to absorb Fang Chen's life force. Therefore, Fang Chen was still as lively as ever. Although the Golden Heart is helping me block the hexagonal astral formation, this can't go on, muttered Fang Chen to himself. At this moment, a thought flashed through Fang Chen's mind. Then his eyes lit up. I wonder if the true meaning of the void has any effect. The true meaning of the void could allow one to hide in the void and even become one with the void. Thinking of this, Fang Chen couldn't care less and directly used the true meaning of the void. Crash! Fang Chen's figure flashed and instantly disappeared from the formation. In the next moment, Fang Chen entered the void. Then, Fang Chen discovered that he could actually isolate himself from the hexagonal astral formation after entering the void. Why didn't I think of using this method before? Fang Chen was ecstatic. He hadn't expected the true meaning of the void to have such an effect. Fang Chen hid in the void and walked slowly. He wasn't affected by the hexagonal astral formation at all. In the blink of an eye, he walked out of the formation. At this moment, many Yellow Spring sect cultivators were still desperately maintaining the formation. Fang Chen strolled in the void and came behind a king. Suddenly, he attacked. Poochie. This king was talking to the Dream Demon King. Suddenly, a long sword appeared in the void and directly pierced the king's body. Crash! Black flames spread and instantly burned the king to ashes. How is this possible? The Dream Demon Monarch cried out in alarm at this sudden turn of events. In the next moment, Fang Chen appeared in the void and coldly looked at the Dream Demon King. How did you come out? Cried the Dream Demon King when he saw Fang Chen. Swish! The hidden star sword flashed with a cold swordlight, and the Dream Demon King died. Without the support of the 2 kings, the hexagonal astral formation shattered and dissipated in the void. Chapter 822. Run. Immediately, the remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect who were in the midst of fighting shouted and retreated. The martial artists of the ancient sword continent who had been at a disadvantage had their morale boosted when they saw Fang Chen. They suppressed the remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect. In the sky above the base camp of the Yellow Spring sect, the Skybone King was chatting with the Yellow Spring sect master. Suddenly, he saw Fang Chen appear out of nowhere and kill 2 kings. He was shocked. How can he come out of the hexagonal astral formation? The Yellow Spring Sect Master cried out. Only a quasi-king level expert can break the hexagonal astral formation. Could it be that those two old farts secretly made a move? The Skybone King's face changed. The Yellow Spring Sect Master shook his head. Impossible. I have been watching them. If they made a move, they wouldn't be able to hide it from me. Speaking of this, the Yellow Spring Sect Master's heart was in turmoil. Not only did a spiritual vortex realm martial artist not die in the hexagonal astral formation, but he also came out unscathed. How heaven-defying was that? Within the clouds above the ancient Sword Continent's camp, the two patriarchs who were originally very anxious laughed wildly when they saw this scene. Monstrous, too monstrous. Yeah, even the hexagonal astral formation can trap him. On the spiritual vortex realm battlefield, Fang Chen held the hidden star sword and unleashed a bloody killing intent. Poochie. Wherever the swordlight passed, countless Yellow Spring Sect members died tragically. In the blink of an eye, the battle on the spiritual vortex realm battlefield ended. This was because the remaining members of the Yellow Spring Sect were all killed. It's impossible for a spiritual vortex realm martial artist to come out of the hexagonal astral formation, the Yellow Spring Sect Master said, puzzled. The Skybone King thought for a moment and his face turned gloomy. He shook his head and said, "You forgot one possibility." "You mean he comprehended the spatial true meaning?" The Yellow Spring Sect Master took a deep breath and asked. "If he comprehended the void true meaning, then the current situation will naturally be explained," the Skybone King said. At this moment, the Yellow Spring Sect Master also realized that something was wrong. The void true meaning, that was a supreme true meaning. This kid actually comprehended a supreme true meaning. This kid must die. As soon as the Akron Sect Master finished speaking, his figure disappeared. In the next moment, he appeared in the Spirit Vortex Realm battlefield, ready to attack Fang Chen. Boom. However, before he could attack Fang Chen, he was forced back by another powerful attack. Immediately, the ancestor of Tianju appeared. Yellow Spring Sect Master, do you want to start an all-out war? Asked Tianzhou's ancestor sinisterly. When they discovered that Fang Chen had come out of the hexagonal astral formation, the two patriarchs had been paying attention to Fang Chen's every move. They were afraid that the Netherworld Sect leader and Heaven Bone King would kill Fang Chen in a fit of anger. Sure enough, the Yellow Springs Sect Master flew into a rage out of humiliation and prepared to kill Fang Chen. "Old fart, if you want to stand, then let's fight," shouted the leader of the Yellow Spring Sect. Instantly, a vast amount of chi filled the air as the Quasi-Kings started fighting. In the next moment, the Skybone King and the Demon Continent's Patriarch started fighting. "Retreat!" Seeing this, Fang Chen shouted and led the Spiritual Whirlpool Realm martial artists out of the Spiritual Whirlpool Realm battlefield. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the demon plane shook. The battle between the Quasi-King level powerhouses shocked countless martialists. Even the battles in the true martial realm battlefield stopped abruptly. The true martial realm powerhouses of the three continents returned to the ancient Sword Continent's base camp. "What's going on? Why did the Quasi-Kings suddenly attack?" asked Old Devil Mo, puzzled. "Has an all-out war started?" asked Patriarch Hei Mo in a deep voice. Many true martial realm martial artists looked at the battle on the demon plane solemnly. The battle between the Quasi-Kings was too terrifying. The energy waves that were emitted from the battle overturned the entire demon plane. Their figures had already entered the sky above the clouds. However, the energy waves from the battle were still terrifying. At a certain moment, a mountain peak in the distance suddenly rose from the ground and flew into the sky. Everyone saw the Demon Continent's Patriarch dragging the huge mountain peak with his hand and smashing it towards the Skybone King. The Skybone King roared and his battle saber transformed into a terrifying saber light that blasted towards the mountain peak. Dong! The mountain peak was split in half by the battle saber and fell on the demon plane, causing the entire demon plane to sink completely. It's too terrifying. Many spiritual vortex realm martial artists were shocked. The true martial realm powerhouses also looked extremely gloomy. At this moment, Fang Chen was holding Star and Moon's fair hands tightly. His face was extremely solemn. Brother Chen, do you think the ancient sword continent will win? Star and Moon asked in a low voice. Fang Chen shook his head. He did not know either. The battle between the quasi-kings was unimaginable. He could not tell who was stronger and who was weaker. Just as many martialists were staring intently at the battle in the sky, 3 majestic auras suddenly spread out in an instant. The appearance of these 3 auras suppressed the entire ancient sword continent. The weaker martial artists immediately vomited blood. Even the 4 quasi-emperors fighting in the air felt their hearts palpitate, and they all stopped fighting. Crash! The void tore apart and 3 figures appeared. The 3 of them exuded a terrifying aura. When the 4 quasi-kings saw the 3 of them, they were extremely shocked. Other than the mystic king realm powerhouses, who else could make the 4 quasi-kings fearful? 3 mystic king realm powerhouses. A trace of fear flashed in the eyes of the Akron sect master. Who are they? How can there be 3 mystic king realm powerhouses on the ancient sword continent? The Skybone King squinted his eyes and stood in the air. The Tianju Patriarch and the Demon Continent Patriarch were even more shocked. The battle between them and the Akron sect had engulfed the entire ancient sword continent. At the most crucial moment, 3 mystic king realm powerhouses had appeared. Are those mystic king realm powerhouses? Sensing the aura from the 3 of them, Fang Chen's soul trembled. They were too powerful. A mystic king realm powerhouse could kill him with just a glance. Fang Chen held Star and Moon's fair hands tightly and was ready to escape. Weak humans, from today onwards, the ancient sword continent is under our control. Wu Ku waved the folding fan in his hand and said loudly, "The 3 of you." The Akron sect master spoke. "I know what you guys are puzzled about. I can tell you clearly that the 3 of us are from the outer realm. We are here to refine the mortal world. You guys should know our strength. If you want to resist, go ahead and try," Ling Jing said coldly. Instantly, the atmosphere became incomparably solemn. Who would dare resist 3 mystic kings? Unless they didn't want to live. Clearly, they didn't want to die. Even if they resisted, it would be useless. The Akron sect is willing to submit to the 3 seniors. The Akron sect master was the first to speak. The Skybone King was unwilling, but he had no choice. "I, the Skybone King, am willing to follow the 3 of you." The Tianju Patriarch and the Demon Continent Patriarch lowered their heads and sighed. They shook their heads and said, "The ancient sword continent is willing to submit." In order to survive, they could only submit. The 4 quasi-kings lowered their heads. Ling Jing looked at the sword-bearing man and grinned. "The Demon Cloud Continent and the Ancient Sword Continent are yours." After the 3 of them came out of the Forbidden Ocean, they discussed for a while. In the end, they decided to let the sword-bearing man refine the Ancient Sword Continent first. As for the other 2, they would go to the other 2 continents to refine. The man with a sword on his back, Demon Cloud Lianzhou, nodded and smiled. "Let's see who can refine it first," said the Demon Cloud Continent Patriarch. "Then let's compete." "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" laughed Wu Ku. "All right, then let's not waste any more time. Let's hurry to the other continents," said Ling Jing. Immediately, Ling Jing and Wu Ku tore through the void and disappeared into it. Countless true martial realm experts lowered their heads. The ancient sword continent was their home, but they had no choice but to lower their heads. The enemy was too strong. A mystic king could exterminate them with a wave of his hand. A casual attack could even destroy a prefecture. They simply couldn't compare. "All of you, leave. Don't disturb me," said the Demon Cloud Continent Patriarch. The numerous cultivators all left. The 2 ancestors also quietly left. At this moment, the Yellow Spring sect master suddenly stepped forward and said to the Demon Cloud Continent Patriarch, "Senior, there's a cultivator here that I think you'll be interested in." "Oh." The Demon Cloud Continent Patriarch frowned. "That brat has the true meaning of the void." The Yellow Spring sect master pointed at Fang Chen. The 2 ancestors' expressions immediately changed. Their hearts were burning with anxiety. Fang Chen's eyes were also filled with fury. Hearing this, The demon cloud continent patriarch's lazy eyes finally shot out a terrifying golden light. True meaning of the void. The demon cloud continent patriarch softly said. With a thought, a biting cold wind attacked Fang Chen. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Fang Chen brought star and moon with him and directly pushed the true meaning of the void to the extreme, rushing towards the Five Elements province. As long as he could return to the Five Elements Academy, he would be able to bring star and moon into the sky connecting peak. At that time, even if this person was a mystic king realm expert, he would have nothing to fear. It really is the true meaning of the void. I didn't expect a cultivator to have the true meaning of the void in such a remote place. After confirming Fang Chen's true meaning of the void, the demon cloud continent patriarch's face completely darkened. His demon cloud continent patriarch had such an outstanding genius, yet he couldn't comprehend the true meaning of the void. A piece of trash from a remote place actually comprehended the true meaning of the void. Die! The demon cloud continent patriarch softly said. Suddenly, a vast soul power turned into a majestic sword and shot towards Fang Chen. Brother Chen, leave quickly. The attack of a mystic king realm expert wasn't something that ordinary people could withstand. At the most crucial moment, Star and Moon directly pushed Fang Chen away and blocked in front of him. With a pucci, the sword pierced Star and Moon's body. Bang! Star and Moon's body softly fell to the ground. No! Fang Chen cried out miserably. He wanted to grab Star and Moon's hand, but he realized that Star and Moon had already died in the hands of a mystic king realm expert. I want to avenge you. Chapter 823. Seeing Star and Moon die to save him, Fang Chen's heart was filled with rage. Even if the other party was a mystic king realm expert, he was not afraid. At most, he would die. You want to avenge her? Demon Cloud Lian Ju narrowed his eyes and looked at Fang Chen. He sneered, I can kill you with a single thought. You actually said that you want to avenge her? What a joke. As a mystic king realm expert, don't you find it shameful to kill ordinary martial artists so unscrupulously? Fang Chen roared angrily. At this moment, he had long been blinded by hatred. The consequences were no longer within his scope of thinking. Foolish martial artist. Demon Cloud Lian Ju said coldly and pointed his finger. Fang Chen put away Star and Moon's corpse on the ground and looked at Demon Cloud Lian Ju. If I don't die today, I, Fang Chen, will definitely chop off your head in the future. Fang Chen's voice spread throughout the land. You won't have that chance. A mystic king realm expert was too strong. With just a casual point of his finger, heaven and earth changed color. In the eyes of a mystic king realm expert, Fang Chen was just an ant. Without entering the mystic king realm, everything was an ant. These words were not spoken without thinking. Pucci Fang Chen pushed the true meaning of void to the extreme. He held the hidden star sword and wanted to approach Demon Cloud Lian Ju. However, it was useless. Although the true meaning of void was strong, Fang Chen had not fully comprehended it and could not display the strongest state of the true meaning of void. Pucci Demon Cloud Lian Ju's finger light instantly pierced through the void and pierced Fang Chen's body, causing Fang Chen's body to fall to the ground. Fang Chen died in a single exchange. The Netherworld Sect Master and Skybone King saw this and laughed sinisterly. The true martial realm experts of the Five Elements Academy roared and could not help but want to attack. However, in the end, they were restrained by Dean Wuyun. They couldn't do anything. Once they did, the Five Elements Academy would be completely finished. Little ant, you dare to provoke me? Said Moyun Lian Ju. It was as if he had just done something insignificant. Fang Chen was dead. Even his soul had been shattered. Let's disperse, Demon Cloud Lian Ju said. The hearts of the experts of the three continents were filled with fear as they quickly retreated. As for the demonic Cloud Lian Ju, he stood in the air. With a casual wave of his hand, the mountain range in the distance instantly rose from the ground and arrived beneath his feet. Rumble! The entire Tianju was shaking. The devil Cloud Lian Ju piled up countless mountain peaks together, forming a towering mountain peak that pierced the clouds. With a tap of his foot, he leaped onto the towering mountain peak. He sat down cross-legged and began to refine the ancient sword continent. Fang Chen's body lay quietly at the foot of the mountain. No one dared to take care of it. Fang Chen had angered the Devil Cloud Lian state. Who would dare to provoke the Devil Cloud Lian state? Yellow Spring Sect Master, where are you going? Heavenly Bone King asked. His words were filled with regret. Originally, he had a high chance of obtaining the ancient sword continent. Who would have thought that an outsider would suddenly appear and ruin his plans? Now that a profound king had entered the ancient sword continent, he had no chance at all. Cultivate. The Yellow Spring Sect Master's eyes were filled with unwillingness. He had painstakingly planned this for so long, but it had been ruined by a profound king. He was unwilling. In the past, he had also been a profound king. This time, he wanted to go into seclusion until he became a mystic king expert before coming out. What about you? Asked the Yellow Spring Sect Master. Like you, I'll enter seclusion and cultivate. Once I reach the profound king realm, I'll have more authority to speak. After saying that, Heavenly Bone King's figure flashed and he left. After the battle, the huge Tianju had shrunk by a third. From today onwards, Tianju had become a forbidden area for cultivators. No cultivator dared to casually enter Tianju. That was because there was a profound king on a towering mountain peak in Tianzhou's Devil Plain. The ancient sword continent's calamity had come and gone quickly. Fortunately, after the profound king had occupied the ancient sword continent, he hadn't started a massacre. That made everyone feel very gratified. At this moment, in the Five Elements Academy of the Five Elements Province, we could only watch as Fang Chen died. There was nothing we could do. Elder Han was extremely furious. He was the first to discover Fang Chen's potential, and he was also the one who had the most confidence in Fang Chen. He even believed that Fang Chen was the last cultivator to enter that place. But now, Fang Chen had been killed by a profound king. Not only that, but even the star and moon had been killed. The Five Elements Academy had suffered disastrous losses. It's all because of that damned Yellow Spring Sect Master. If it wasn't for him, why would a profound king attack Fang Chen? Said the Bloody Spear Man gloomily. That's right. It's all because of the Yellow Spring Sect Master, said the Bone Weapon Saint Master and the others. Immediately, everyone's spearhead was pointed at the Yellow Spring Sect Master. Starting today, I'm going into seclusion to increase my strength and avenge Fang Chen, said Elder Han. Then he turned and left. The other true martial realm cultivators all went into seclusion. That day would be called the Doomsday Calamity by later generations. Although the ancient sword continent was still the original ancient sword continent, all the indigenous cultivators had been reduced to slaves. All the cultivators on the ancient sword continent had made up their minds to cultivate diligently. The Five Elements Academy, the overlord of the Five Elements Province, was completely under Zhong Jingtao's control after the Doomsday Calamity. The other true martial realm cultivators all went into seclusion. The entire ancient sword continent fell into a deathly silence. At the peak of the Tianju continent, the Demon Cloud continent was communicating with the ancient sword continent's world core, preparing to refine it. There were countless mortal continents in the vast universe, and every mortal continent had a world core. Refining the world core would allow one to become an overlord. Even in the extraterritorial space, one would be a very powerful existence. Of course, it was the easiest for indigenous cultivators to refine the world core. Visitors from the extraterritorial space would be rejected by the world core. However, several hundred years ago, someone had successfully refined the realm core of a certain mortal continent. This news caused countless waves of commotion. Many cultivators were eager to enter the mortal continents and refine the world core. However, the node between the mortal continents and the vast universe had a powerful seal. This was the universe's law that was specially designed to protect the mortal continents. Only the indigenous cultivators of the continent could ignore the seal and enter the mortal continents. No matter how strong the others were, they couldn't enter. Moreover, the stronger one was, the greater the backlash. However, there were still people who took advantage of the loopholes and came up with various methods. The three from the Demon Cloud continent used the Demon Cloud continent to travel through the spacetime barrier and enter the Qingyun domain. Hiss. Countless laws revolved around the demon cloud continent. He suddenly opened his eyes and grinned. It's indeed difficult for non-indigenous cultivators to refine the world core. The demon cloud continent felt the world core's rejection. However, the more it was like this, the more excited he was. He could almost see himself refining the world core and returning to the extraterritorial space. The demon cloud continent, will definitely refine the world core, said the demon cloud continent. In the next moment, the demon cloud continent tried to communicate with the world core again and refine it. Refining the world core was a long process that couldn't be completed in a short period of time. It might take a few hundred years, or even a few thousand years. However, for mystic kings, their lifespans were very long. A few thousand years was nothing. 3 months after the apocalypse, the towering mountain peak of the Tianju was covered in a grey aura. Even the quasi-king ancestors of the Tianju couldn't see what was happening inside. No one knew what the demon cloud continent was doing. As for a secret like the world core, how could a quasi-king know? After 3 months under the towering mountain peak, Fang Chen's corpse had already dried up. The golden heart in his body had also completely dimmed. Fang Chen was killed by a mystic king. Everyone saw it clearly. Such an outstanding genius died, but no one dared to collect his corpse. It was sad. Fang Chen's body lay quietly, covered in dust. In his dantian, the three-legged, two-eared cauldron suddenly shook. Dong. The three-legged, two-eared cauldron had been completely silent ever since it absorbed the Skybone monarch's heart. And at this moment, it finally shook again. Buzz. The three-legged, two-eared cauldron seemed to have sensed that Fang Chen was no longer alive. The cauldron lid suddenly opened, and the head inside the cauldron rushed out. It floated in the air and stared at Fang Chen. After a long time, the head inside the cauldron sucked Fang Chen's corpse into the cauldron. Crash! The lid of the cauldron with 3 legs and 2 ears was stabilized. Then, it disappeared from its original position. The situation here was very strange, but no one knew. The demon cloud Lianju on the mountain peak had already entered the state of refining the heart of the realm. He had no time to care about this. Otherwise, everything about the ancient sword continent would be imprinted in his mind with just a thought. Half a month after Fang Chen's body disappeared, a terrifying stream of light streaked across the sky above the Forbidden Ocean. On this day, in the Forbidden Ocean, the Beast Emperor was discussing important matters with many beast kings under his command. Lord Beast Emperor, the 3 foreign guests have gone to the ancient sword continent, the Octopus Beast Emperor said. Lord Beast Emperor, our Sea Demon clan is a great clan. Are we going to be slaves to those 3 people for the rest of our lives? The Blood Shark Beast Emperor said in a deep voice. Yes, Lord Beast Emperor, we have to think of a way. The Demon Whale Beast Emperor shook its head slightly. Those 3 people are not as terrifying as you think. Don't mention this matter again, the Demon Whale Beast Emperor interrupted them. But, the other Beast Kings still wanted to say something. At this moment, the Beast Kings suddenly felt a tremor in the Forbidden Ocean zone. What's going on? In the blink of an eye, many Beast Kings and the Demon Whale Beast Emperor floated to the surface. Immediately, they saw a scene that they would never forget in their lives. A frightening stream of light instantly streaked across the sky above the Forbidden Ocean zone with the speed of a clap of thunder. Wherever it passed, a biting cold wind blew and set off stormy waves in the sky above the Forbidden Ocean. What is that? Many Beast Kings cried out in alarm. The Beast Emperor's eyes flickered as he stared at the stream of light that had already disappeared. His heart could not calm down for a long time. That aura is suffocating, the Beast Emperor thought to himself. Chapter 824. In the sky, a stream of light was flying rapidly. No one could see clearly what this stream of light was. No one knew where this stream of light was flying to. As if carrying 1,000 years of sorrow, the stream of light disappeared into the horizon. It had taken it 3 months to travel from the ancient sword continent to the Forbidden Ocean realm. This end of the Forbidden Ocean was the Endless Wilderness. The Endless Wilderness was a legend in the ancient sword continent. In ancient times, there were still people who knew about the existence of the Endless Wilderness. However, as time passed, no one knew about the Endless Wilderness. Only the overlord of the Forbidden Ocean, the demon whale beast emperor, vaguely knew that there was an endless wilderness in the south of the Forbidden Ocean. However, even as a beast emperor, it did not dare to go to the endless wilderness. This was because the endless wilderness gave it an unforgettable memory. One year, the beast emperor had just become a beast king. Its strength was considered a top existence among the many beast kings in the Forbidden Ocean. It accidentally learned from the old beast emperor that the Forbidden Ocean bordered the endless wilderness. Moreover, when the old beast emperor talked about the endless wilderness, its heart palpitated. The old beast emperor warned many beast kings not to go to the endless wilderness. At that time, the beast emperor was curious and wanted to go take a look. However, before it could get close to the endless wilderness, it was sent flying by a wave of air. The beast emperor's heart was filled with fear. A wave of air actually injured it and made it unable to fight anymore. This made the beast emperor's heart palpitate. The thought of the endless wilderness in its mind was immediately cut off. The endless wilderness had always been a legend. Some said that the endless wilderness was established by a powerhouse from another region. There were also some who said that the endless wilderness was naturally born from heaven and earth. In short, there were many legends about the endless wilderness. The endless wilderness had always been peaceful. On a certain day, at the end of the Forbidden Ocean, a stream of light suddenly shot over. This beam of light contained a vast aura. It directly broke through the seal of the endless desolate border and rushed into the endless desolate border. Dawn. In a certain wasteland of the endless wilderness, a trembling sound suddenly rang out. Following that, a huge cauldron with 3 legs and 2 ears quietly stood on the ground as if it had existed since ancient times. In a certain city in the endless borderlands, there were countless martialists. The martialists here were filled with vigorous auras as they chatted and laughed. Golden Sword City, a city in the endless wilderness. It was very prosperous and filled with boundless sword energy. The Golden Sword Restaurant was the most famous restaurant in Golden Sword City. The reason why it was famous was because the genius martial artists of Golden Sword City would gather at the Golden Sword Restaurant from time to discuss their experiences. Over time, the Golden Sword Restaurant became famous. Today was a routine conversation between geniuses. Many geniuses were sitting on the highest floor of the Golden Sword Restaurant, talking and laughing. He Shualin, how is your cultivation of the immemorial heaven-exterminating sword art? A fat man grinned at He Shualin. I've reached the perfect stage. The genius on He Shualin's back said with a smile. Fatty Lee, what about you? Asked the cultivator beside He Shualin. On the highest floor of the Golden Sword Restaurant, there were many geniuses. They were all discussing their experiences in cultivation. Ha ha ha, looks like I'm late. At a certain moment, a boorish martialist appeared on the highest floor of the Golden Sword Restaurant, wildly laughing. You really think you're something. Every time you're the finale, you make so many people wait for you. As soon as the boorish martialist arrived, a discordant voice rang out. Wu Li, do you want to fight? Luo Byron's eyes widened as he icily asked Wu Li. Fatty Lee laughed mischievously and stood up to smooth things over. We're all good friends. There's no need to be like this, right? Who's good friends with him? Demanded Wu Li icily. I disdain being friends with you, said Luo Byron fiercely. Everyone helplessly shook their heads. The two of them were mortal enemies. Every time they met, they would come to blows. Everyone was already used to this and had long since become numb to it. Only a good person like Fatty Lee would try to persuade the two of them every time. However, what puzzled everyone was that Luo Byron didn't attack this time. It should be known that every time Wu Li ridiculed Luo Byron, the latter would come to blows. Every time the geniuses gathered, the highest floor of the Golden Sword Restaurant would be battered and exhausted. This was also the reason why they didn't use their spiritual chi. Once they used their spiritual chi, the entire Golden Sword Restaurant would instantly shatter. Even the Golden Sword City would be battered and exhausted. If there were any martialists from the ancient Sword Continent present, they would definitely be extremely shocked. That was because everyone present was a true martial realm expert, and their auras were not weak. More than 20 true martial realm experts. This kind of lineup was comparable to the fighting strength of the entire ancient sword continent. Luo Bairen, why aren't you attacking? Fatty Li had just finished speaking when Luo Bairen coldly snorted and walked to a nearby stool and sat down. This made everyone very puzzled. A busybody grinned and asked. At this moment, qi surged from Luo Bairen's body. Immediately after, everyone discovered that Luo Bairen's cultivation had unexpectedly broken through. No wonder, Luo Bairen, you're good. Your cultivation has actually broken through to the 6th true martial realm, said he Shualin with a slight smile. Of everyone present, Luo Bairen and Wu Li's cultivation were the highest. They were both at the 5th true martial realm. The two of them were unable to do anything to each other. Neither of them was willing to submit to the other. And now, Luo Bairen wasn't attacking. But the qi he was releasing made everything clear. His cultivation had reached the 6th true martial realm. Wu Li simply couldn't be his match. Mph, what's there to be proud of? Upon seeing this, Wu Li let out a hollow laugh, before his aura burst out from his body. Everyone cried out in alarm. Luo Bairen's cultivation had reached the 6th true martial realm. They hadn't expected Wu Li's cultivation to also reach the 6th true martial realm. So what if I've broken through? True battle strength depends on the fist. Originally, he had had a slight advantage. But now it seemed that he didn't have any advantage in terms of cultivation. Luo Bairen sneered. Luo Bairen, if you want to fight then let's fight. Do you think I, Wu Li, am afraid of you? Wu Li suddenly stood up angrily. Immediately, the atmosphere on the highest floor of the Golden Sword restaurant became incomparably heavy. Luo Bairen and Wu Li were confronting each other. Terrifying qi spread everywhere. At this time, Fatty Li stood up, ready to persuade the two of them. Just as Fatty Li was about to speak, a stream of light suddenly appeared in the sky outside the Golden Sword City. Following this, a magnificent aura spread across the place. What's that, qi? The people on the highest floor of the Golden Sword restaurant were all true martial realm geniuses. Their spiritual senses were incomparably sharp. They instantly sensed that something was wrong. Then they looked into the distance. The scene that entered their eyes made them incomparably shocked. Dong. The entire ground trembled for a moment, then calmed down. Let's go take a look. The geniuses all soared into the air and directly flew away. At this time, within Golden Sword City, many ordinary cultivators saw the geniuses hastily flying away. They were all puzzled as to what had happened. Whoosh! The speed of a true martial realm warrior was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in the wasteland outside Golden Sword City. At this time, the three-legged, two-eared cauldron appeared in front of them. What is this? The first one to arrive here was Wu Li. His soul had enveloped the cauldron. He wanted to probe, but found that his soul could not approach the cauldron at all. He took a deep breath and said in a low voice. Luo Bairen followed closely behind. When he saw the cauldron, he was also shocked. The other geniuses quickly arrived. Many geniuses stood in the wasteland, looking at the cauldron with puzzled eyes. Luo Bairen, you're the most knowledgeable. Do you know the origin of this cauldron? Asked Fatty Li. Luo Bairen shook his head and said, the qi emitted by this cauldron is extremely terrifying. If I'm not wrong, it's at least a treasure of a profound king expert. Where did this cauldron come from? Asked Wu Li softly. Everyone present was a true martial realm expert. No matter how they probed, they could not find out the origin of the cauldron. Could it have descended from an extraterritorial space? Whispered a cultivator softly. Crack. While the crowd was discussing, the lid of the cauldron was suddenly lifted open. An ancient aura instantly filled the air. What a powerful aura. Even an ordinary profound king wouldn't have such an aura. Wu Li's expression changed slightly. Just what is the origin of this cauldron? Asked Luo Bairen. Everyone looked at the cauldron with shining eyes. They wanted to see just what was inside the cauldron. When the lid of the cauldron was lifted, a corpse appeared from within. There's someone here. A dead person? Everyone was shocked to see Fang Chen's corpse. The moment Fang Chen lifted the lid of the cauldron, the golden heart, which had already dimmed completely, suddenly started to spin. A powerful suction force instantly spread out, and the surrounding power of heaven and earth frantically fused into Fang Chen's body. Could it be that an almighty expert is reviving? Muttered He Xuelin to himself. Most of the people present were very knowledgeable, but they didn't know what was happening. It was too strange. A cauldron had appeared out of nowhere and landed in the wasteland outside Golden Sword City. And now, the lid had opened, and a corpse had appeared. The surrounding energy of heaven and earth crazily poured into the corpse. He really is reviving, cried Fatty Li as he stared at Fang Chen's corpse. The dim golden heart began to become more lively after absorbing a large amount of energy. At this time, Fang Chen's body still didn't have the slightest bit of life force. Hiss! The surrounding energy of heaven and earth was still pouring into Fang Chen's corpse. This scene alarmed all the profound King Realm experts in Goldsword City. At a certain moment, a profound king who was cultivating suddenly opened his eyes. A ray of golden light shot out from his eyes, and then his figure flashed and instantly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in the air above the wasteland. An almighty expert has revived. Seeing Fang Chen's corpse and the three-legged, two-eared cauldron, a trace of joy flashed through the eyes of this mystic King Realm expert. Perfect for my test subject. The mystic King Realm expert muttered to himself. Chapter 825. The geniuses looked up and shook their heads when they saw this person. It's the blood-refining king. Let's go. The geniuses whispered. Although these geniuses were arrogant, they did not dare to be arrogant in front of the blood-refining king. Everyone returned to the Golden Sword City and returned to the Golden Sword restaurant. Fatty Li sighed. I wonder which almighty revived him. It's a pity that he met the blood-refining king. Yeah, he's unlucky to meet the blood-refining king. Not only can he not revive, but he might even be refined into a puppet by the blood-refining king. He Xuelin said. The blood-refining king loves the corpses of almighties the most. He won't let them go. The geniuses were all talking about the blood refinement king. The blood refining king was a famous profound King Realm expert within 100 miles of the Golden Sword City. He specialized in puppetry. Although he had a bad reputation, very few profound kings were willing to deal with him. This was because the moment they faced the blood refinement monarch, his endless supply of powerful puppets would cause other profound kings to crumble. At this moment, the blood-refining king's eyes were filled with excitement as he looked at Fang Chen's corpse and the three-legged, two-eared cauldron. Crash! At this moment, the three-legged, two-eared cauldron entered Fang Chen's dantian. Interesting. It's best to be my blood puppet. The blood-refining king flicked his wrist and kept Fang Chen's corpse. After returning to the Golden Sword City, the blood-refining king entered his mansion. My lord. The servants greeted him. Prepare all the materials for me. I want to refine a new blood puppet. The blood-refining king said hurriedly. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. These servants had served the blood-refining king for a long time. They knew what the blood-refining king needed. In a short while, the materials for refining the blood puppet were all prepared. In a blood-red hall, there was a strong seal around it. This was the hall where the blood-refining king was refining the blood puppet. There was a complicated array in the hall with all kinds of materials. The blood-refining king waved his hand and placed Fang Chen's corpse into the array. The array stabilized Fang Chen's corpse. Then, the hall closed and the blood-refining king began to refine the blood puppet. What a perfect bloodling! The blood-refining king's face was full of smiles. In the past, he had obtained the body of an almighty. After refining it into a blood puppet, his strength was abnormally strong. He still remembered that 100 years ago, he had obtained the corpse of an almighty and refined it into a blood puppet. The blood puppet's strength had reached the mystic king realm. The blood puppet was the blood-refining king's favorite creation. The blood-refining monarch checked Fang Chen's body and found that Fang Chen's body was very strong. Let's begin. Lord Blood-Refining grinned and said. The blood-refining monarch was a mysterious King Realm expert, so he was very familiar with puppetry. His palms were forming different seals as he refined Fang Chen. As time passed, Fang Chen's body began to change. At a certain moment, Fang Chen opened his eyes, but they were incomparably dull. Ha ha ha, blood puppet is about to be completed. The blood refining king was very happy and laughed heartily. The blood refinement monarch continued refining the blood puppets. However, he did not notice that Fang Chen's golden heart was spinning silently during this process. After 3 days and 3 nights, the blood refining king finally completed the refinement. Crash! The blood refining king waved his hand and the array was removed. A perfect blood puppet appeared in front of him. At this moment, Fang Chen's eyes were open, but he was dull and soulless. He was just a walking corpse. This was the blood refining king's blood puppet. It was much more advanced than the puppets in the ancient sword continent. What's going on? The blood refining king carefully looked at the blood puppet and was surprised to find that the blood puppet's cultivation was only at the 9th level of the spiritual whirlpool realm. Suddenly, the blood refining king's face turned gloomy. It was not easy to find the corpse of an almighty. Why was the blood puppet's cultivation only at the 9th level of the spiritual whirlpool realm? One should know that the blood refining king could easily refine a true martial realm blood puppet. It was the first time that he had refined a spiritual whirlpool realm blood puppet. How unlucky. The blood refining king shook his head slightly and was a little unhappy. Then, the blood refining king opened the main hall and a servant came in. Throw this blood puppet to the blood puppet building and put it on the shelves, the blood refining king said. Yes, Lord Blood Refining King. Just like that, Fang Chen was sent to the blood puppet building and put on the shelves. The blood puppet building was considered a very famous place in Golden Sword City. The blood puppet building's backer was the blood refining king. No one dared to cause trouble in the blood puppet building. Many people who wanted to buy blood puppets had to pay the price and come here to buy. Of course, the blood puppets sold by the blood puppet building were basically spiritual whirlpool realm blood puppets. As for true martial realm blood puppets, they were basically not for sale. Even if they were for sale, they would not sell it casually. One day, 2 people came to the blood puppet building. It was a man and a woman. The man had a faint smile on his face, while the woman wore a purple dress. Both of them were in the true martial realm. Brother Wolf, why did you suddenly want to come to the blood puppet building? The woman in purple asked with a smile. Just looking around. The man smiled. The man called Brother Wolf was at LV3 True Martial Realm. As for the woman in purple, she was slightly weaker, at LV2 True Martial Realm. Given their strength, they were considered geniuses in Golden Sword City. However, compared to He Shualin and the others, they were not worth mentioning. After strolling around the blood puppet building for a while, Brother Wolf's figure suddenly stopped on a blood puppet. Brother Wolf, have you taken a fancy to this blood puppet? Brother Wolf frowned. When he saw the blood puppet, a trace of hallucination appeared in his mind. He had a vague intuition that he had seen this blood puppet somewhere before. From the looks of it, I have never seen it before. Why do I have this feeling? Brother Wolf was very puzzled. Hearing the woman in purple's question, Brother Wolf shook his head slightly and said, "This puppet is pretty good. Its cultivation is at LV9 spiritual whirlpool realm. It is enough to guard the mansion." Every time Brother Wolf saw this blood puppet, he felt a sense of déjà vu. In the end, he decided to buy this blood puppet. Hey, isn't this Tang Tianlang? Why are you interested in strolling around the blood puppet building today? Suddenly, a voice sounded. Tang Tianlang and the purple-clothed lady turned to look, and suddenly realized that a group of martial artists were slowly walking over from afar. The person in the lead was a plump fatty. "Li Bing," Tang Tianlang said in a deep voice. "Tang Tianlang, what do you think of my suggestion? How about letting your sister follow me?" Li Bing grinned. His eyes widened as he sized up the woman in purple. "In your dreams," Tang Tianlang said coldly. He then turned around and ignored Li Bing. "I want to buy this blood puppet," Tang Tianlang said to the staff member. "Sir, this blood puppet is at LV9 spiritual whirlpool realm. It is worth 1,000 purple crystals," the staff member said respectfully. "Here is 1,000 purple crystals." Tang Tianlang took out 1,000 purple crystals and handed it to the staff member. "Sir, this blood puppet is now yours," the staff member said. Just as Tang Qianlang was about to take the blood puppet away, Li Bing suddenly spoke up to stop him. "I'll pay 2,000 purple crystals. Pack this blood puppet up for me." "I'm sorry, sir. This blood puppet has already been purchased by this sir. If you need other blood puppets, I can introduce them to you," the staff member said awkwardly. "I want this blood puppet," Li Bing said coldly with an unfriendly gaze. "I'm sorry, sir. Our blood puppet building is unable to fulfill your request," the staff member said. "Do you know who I am?" a warrior behind Li Bing asked coldly. The staff member shook his head. The warrior continued to berate, "Our boss, Li Bing, is the younger brother of the genius Li Yuntian. It is your fortune that our boss has taken a fancy to this blood puppet." When the staff member heard the name Li Yuntian, his expression changed slightly. His gaze changed. Finally, he clenched his teeth and looked at Tang Qianlang. "Sir, you see," Tang Qianlang waved his hand. "Everything has a first-come first-served basis. I bought this blood puppet first, so it should belong to me." With that, Tang Qianlang brought the purple-clothed lady and left. Trash. Looking at Tang Qianlang's departing figure, Li Bing kicked the staff member and said angrily. Li Yuntian, also known as Fatty Li, was a top genius in Gold Sword City. Many Mystic King realm experts wanted to take him as a disciple, but they were all rejected by him. Although the blood puppet building's backer was the blood-refining monarch, he wouldn't care about such a small matter. The staff member didn't want to make a big deal out of it, nor did he want to offend Li Bing. Hence, he wanted Tang Qianlang to back down. When Tang Qianlang kept the blood puppet, the illusion in his mind became even more realistic. Chapter 826. If not for his fear of Li Yuntian's strength, Tang Qianlang would have attacked Li Bing long ago. After leaving the blood puppet building, Li Yuntian hurriedly brought his sister, Tang Chenxi, back to his residence. Golden Sword City was very spacious and prosperous. There were many rules in Golden Sword City. One of them was that no one was allowed to walk on the streets at night. Therefore, every martialist who entered Golden Sword City, unless they had a house in Golden Sword City, could only leave Golden Sword City before nightfall. And the wilderness was the most dangerous place. Powerful demonic beasts roamed about, as well as some unknown dangers. In short, most of the martialists were accumulating purple gems in order to buy a house in Golden Sword City. Tang Qianlang's days in Golden Sword City were pretty good. He had his own residence. Actually, it was more like an independent courtyard than a residence. After returning to the courtyard, Tang Qianlang took out the blood puppet from his interspatial ring. "Brother Lang, there are so many burly 9th-level spirit vortex realm martial artists. Why did you choose this one?" Tang Chenxi asked doubtfully. Tang Qianlang carefully stared at the blood puppet and did not speak for a long time. Every time he stared at the blood puppet, an illusion would appear in his mind. His intuition told him that he had seen the blood puppet before. He had mixed feelings. What's going on? After a long time, Tang Qianlang did not know what was going on. In the end, he could only conclude that it was an illusion. "Go guard the gate." Tang Qianlang took out some purple gems from his interspatial ring and placed them in the blood puppet's body. Immediately, the blood puppet's internal organs started working. The blood puppet quickly walked to the gate and stood there quietly. The blood puppet was like a puppet. However, the energy required by the blood puppet was of a higher grade. On the ancient sword continent, puppets only needed spiritual stones. Here, however, the blood puppet needed purple gems. Time passed bit by bit. Xue Hu, who was standing at the gate, did not move. The energy of the purple gems in his body was spreading everywhere. At a certain moment, the golden heart suddenly began to beat rapidly. Afterwards, the violet crystal energy that had spread throughout his body was instantly absorbed by the golden heart. After absorbing the energy of the purple gems, the golden heart became abnormally active. Hiss hiss hiss. After the golden heart had finished absorbing the energy of the purple crystal, a faint aura was emitted. It then flowed through the meridians and entered the bloodmane's head. If there were almighties here, they would definitely be extremely shocked. The weak aura released from the golden heart was actually a wisp of soul. This wisp of soul released by the golden heart gradually entered the bloodmane's head, trying to occupy it again. However, since it had already been refined into a blood puppet, its brain had already been occupied by the blood refinement monarch's runes. After a fruitless invasion, the wisp of soul returned to the golden heart. The golden heart calmed down once again. Fang Chen probably didn't expect that after being killed by the demon Cloud Lian province, he would be inexplicably refined into a blood puppet by a profound King Realm expert. Just like that, Tang Tianlang would place some purple crystals into Fang Chen's body every day. What he didn't know was that these purple crystals would be absorbed by the golden heart. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. One day, Tang Tianlang assigned a task to Fang Chen. Go to a canyon 100 miles away from Golden Sword City. Kill some devil monkeys and collect 100 of their brains, Tang Tianlang said to the blood-maned Fang Chen. Then, Tang Tianlang placed a large amount of purple crystals into Fang Chen's body at once. It was enough to support him to complete this task. After receiving the order, the blood-maned left Golden Sword City. Not long after, he arrived at the entrance of the canyon 100 miles away from Golden Sword City. This canyon was between two mountain peaks and there was only one entrance. Standing outside the canyon, one could feel that there was a ferocious aura within the canyon. However, as a blood-maned, Fang Chen didn't think about this at all. He entered directly. As soon as he entered the canyon, a devil monkey attacked him. Bang! Fang Chen clenched his fist and punched at the devil monkey. Immediately, the devil monkey was sent flying. Next, it was time to harvest the devil monkey's brains. The devil monkey's cultivation was mostly between the 7th and 8th level of the spiritual vortex realm. Although they were weak, they were very agile. It was slightly difficult for Fang Chen to deal with them. Fortunately, his defense was very strong. He didn't need to defend. He only needed to focus on attacking. After about 2 hours, Fang Chen completed his task. He collected 100 devil monkeys' brains and prepared to leave. At this moment, the entrance of the canyon was suddenly surrounded by some ancient martial art practitioners. Boss Li Bing has ordered us to destroy this blood-maned, one of the ancient martial art practitioners said with a sinister smile. It's just a blood-maned devil monkey at the 9th level of the spiritual vortex realm. The few of us can easily destroy it. Then what's the point of talking? Let's go. Suddenly, 4 or 5 ancient martial art practitioners came into the canyon and attacked Fang Chen. Bang bang bang. These ancient martial art practitioners were very strong. Fang Chen couldn't withstand them at all. After a while, Fang Chen was sent flying by the ancient martial art practitioners. Crack. At Fang Chen's heart, the energy hub that maintained the operation of the blood-maned was shattered by a punch from one of the ancient martial art practitioners. Bang. Fang Chen's body fell to the ground and remained motionless. The energy hub has been destroyed. Mission accomplished. Let's go back quickly, the ancient martial art practitioner said softly. The most important part of a blood-maned was the energy hub at the heart. Once the energy hub was destroyed, the blood-maned would be completely useless. After these ancient martial art practitioners left, Fang Chen's body, which had fallen to the ground, suddenly moved. At his chest, the energy hub was destroyed and a bowl-sized hole appeared. However, at this moment, a golden heart suddenly appeared and occupied the hole. Then, it merged with Fang Chen's body completely. When the golden heart occupied the position of the energy hub, Fang Chen's entire body underwent many changes. Hiss 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 hiss. The golden heart was connected to the entire body. It released a strange aura that spread throughout Fang Chen's body. Wherever this aura passed, the body that had been refined into a blood-maned devil monkey gradually disappeared. It was replaced by a body of flesh and blood. The golden heart was replacing the energy hub and transforming Fang Chen's body. At that time, Fang Chen was killed by the demon Cloud Lian state and died instantly. Only the golden heart quietly protected Fang Chen's soul. It created an illusion that his soul had been destroyed. Even the demon Cloud Lian state was deceived. Now, the golden heart found an opportunity and began to revive Fang Chen. The soul preserved by the golden heart began to appear little by little and then entered his mind. Because the energy hub had been destroyed, the soul instantly occupied the entire mind. Boom! In an instant, Fang Chen's body had a great reaction. Countless grey auras filled his mind. At the same time, the power of heaven and earth in the canyon crazily poured into Fang Chen's body. After half an hour, Fang Chen's body was completely restored to a body of flesh and blood. At this time, Fang Chen's soul was awakening with the help of the Golden Heart. Once the Golden Heart awakened, Fang Chen would really be revived. The Golden Heart was extremely magical. It could protect Fang Chen's soul under the eyes of a mysterious King Realm expert and prevent it from being damaged. Now, Fang Chen's soul was unharmed. It was only a matter of time before it woke up. The Golden Heart emitted traces of golden light. This golden light formed a strange array around Fang Chen's body to protect Fang Chen. After another half a month, Fang Chen's body finally reacted. However, his soul had not completely awakened. The Golden Heart absorbed a large amount of purple crystal energy and maintained Fang Chen's body functions. In the second month, Fang Chen's body functions had been fully restored and his soul was about to awaken. It took a total of 3 months for Fang Chen's soul to completely awaken. Crash! Suddenly, Fang Chen opened his eyes. A terrifying aura surged out from his body. I'm still alive. Having just woken up, Fang Chen wasn't used to it. He used his hand to block the sunlight. Fang Chen's memories were still stuck at the moment when he was killed by the devil cloud Lianju. Fang Chen pinched his face. It hurt a lot. At this time, an ecstatic smile appeared on his face. I'm actually still alive. Fang Chen's heart shook. He had been killed by the devil cloud Lianju and had his soul scattered. Why was he still alive? How did he revive? Where was this place? A series of questions filled Fang Chen's heart. Fang Chen slowly stood up. Fang Chen's body hadn't changed at all. However, when he looked at his chest, he was shocked to find that the Golden Heart had become even brighter. Could it be because of the Golden Heart? Fang Chen's heart shook. He could feel that his body was filled with the aura of the Golden Heart. Perhaps it really is because of the Golden Heart, said Fang Chen. After experiencing life and death, Fang Chen's state of mind had calmed down a lot. He hastily opened his spatial ring and found that Star and Moon's corpse was still quietly lying there. At this moment, his heart was filled with incomparable grief. Since the heavens have revived me, then I will work hard to cultivate and take revenge for you. Fang Chen believed that the heavens had revived him to take revenge for Star and Moon. Then, Fang Chen put away the spatial ring and closed it. He was in a daze. Right at this moment, a golden figure suddenly attacked Fang Chen. Yes. Only now did Fang Chen realize that he was in a canyon. There were many monkey-type demon beasts in this canyon. The one that had attacked him was one of them. As for the golden light formation around him, it had already collapsed the moment he woke up. Bang! Chapter 827. After killing the devil monkey, Fang Chen was ready to leave the valley. However, at this moment, Fang Chen's expression changed slightly. He immediately sensed that something was wrong. Could it be? The next moment, Fang Chen's face lit up with joy. Perhaps this was the saying that one who survives a great disaster is destined for good fortune. Now, Fang Chen actually felt the existence of the Thunder Tribulation. In other words, he was about to break through to the real martial realm. The Thunder Tribulation of the real martial realm? Fang Chen had already seen the Thunder Tribulation of the real martial realm. However, it was someone else's Thunder Tribulation. Now, it was finally his. Fang Chen quickly set up a profound level array at the entrance of the valley to seal the entrance. Then, he looked into the distance and found an excellent place to undergo the Thunder Tribulation. There was a lake in the middle of the valley. There were 2 reasons why Fang Chen chose to undergo the Thunder Tribulation above the lake. First, Fang Chen could use the essence of water to resist the Thunder Tribulation above the lake. Second, when he was hit by the Thunder Tribulation, he would be blasted into the water, which was much better than being blasted into the ground. Combining the 2 reasons, Fang Chen chose to undergo the Thunder Tribulation above the lake. Rumble. Just as Fang Chen arrived above the lake, the sky above the valley was suddenly covered with dark clouds and a sea of thunder appeared. Dong. The whole ground was shaking. The terrifying Sea of Thunder contained a thunder aura that even the real martial realm warriors were a little afraid of. The thunder tribulation of the real martial realm had finally arrived. At this moment, Fang Chen's sword body was pushed to the extreme. In the next moment, his sword intent was also activated instantly and wrapped around his body. In the sky, the Sea of Thunder was rolling. The Sea of Thunder was filled with a terrifying aura. What a powerful thunder tribulation! Fang Chen couldn't help but exclaim. Dong! Finally, after some preparation, the first thunder tribulation descended. In the Sea of Thunder, a thick thunder snake opened its bloody mouth and swooped down, wanting to swallow Fang Chen in one bite. Void destruction / Fang Chen shouted and brandished his star-hidden sword. He used the void-breaking slash and chopped down on the thunder snake. The attack of the thunder snake was immediately stopped. A thunderous roar came out of the thunder snake's mouth. However, Fang Chen's hidden star sword pierced the razor snake's neck, making it unable to move. The black fire attribute was activated, and the black flames instantly covered the entire body of the thunder snake, burning it immediately. The first lightning tribulation isn't that strong. Fang Chen muttered to himself. Following this, the second tribulation began to brew. In the entire sky, the surging sea of lightning contained countless lightning snakes. These lightning snakes were extremely terrifying. Fang Chen's face was solemn. He had just been resurrected, and he was about to cross the thunder tribulation of the true martial realm. He also attached great importance to this. The slightest carelessness in the lightning tribulation of the true martial realm could lead to one's demise. Although the first lightning tribulation was weak, Fang Chen wouldn't be careless. At this moment, the people in Golden Sword City also sensed the appearance of the true martial realm lightning tribulation. However, for the people in Golden Sword City, the true martial realm lightning tribulation was too normal. They didn't care at all. Therefore, even if someone discovered that someone was crossing the tribulation outside Golden Sword City, they wouldn't run over to watch. In the canyon, a large number of devil monkeys climbed on the cliff, carefully sizing up Fang Chen. When the true martial realm lightning tribulation appeared, they didn't dare to approach the person crossing the tribulation. Once they were enveloped by the lightning tribulation, they would definitely die. At this moment, Fang Chen activated his sword body to the extreme. He held the hidden star sword tightly in his hand and welcomed the second lightning tribulation. Rumble. The second lightning tribulation approached and bombarded Fang Chen's body. Fang Chen waved his hidden star sword and pierced the neck of the thunder snake again. In this way, the first two lightning tribulations were easily passed. The third lightning tribulation was considered a small hurdle. Fang Chen even used the iron armor to protect himself, and only then did he pass the third lightning tribulation. The most powerful of the 3-9 lightning tribulations was the third lightning tribulation. Fang Chen's lightning tribulation was obviously not the 3-9 lightning tribulation. As soon as the third lightning tribulation ended, the fourth lightning tribulation descended. Fang Chen used the same method to withstand the fourth and fifth lightning tribulations in succession. When the sixth lightning tribulation descended, Fang Chen's face was incomparably dignified. At this moment, Fang Chen didn't hesitate to activate the true meaning of the void and display the void destruction slash. Swoosh. The hidden star sword's moonlight and black fire attributes were all activated. With a powerful posture, it blasted towards the thick thunder snake. The metal intertwined for 10 years, and Fang Chen's body was instantly pressed down by a lot. The tip of his feet had already landed on the water. Open! Fang Chen shouted in a low voice. The star-hidden sword controlled the thunder serpent while his other fist clenched tightly. He directly smashed the thunder serpent's body with his fist, instantly scattering the thunder serpent. The 6-9 lightning tribulation had been passed. 9-9 lightning tribulation. Shattering the lightning tribulation with a punch, Fang Chen's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. Sure enough, it was the 9-9 lightning tribulation. Back then, when Star and Moon went through the tribulation, it was the 9-9 lightning tribulation. Fang Chen's talent was much stronger than Star and Moon's. Attracting the 9-9 lightning tribulation was nothing. When he saw the 9-9 lightning tribulation appear, Fang Chen's eyes revealed a trace of scorching heat. With his current strength, he had a great chance of passing the 9-9 lightning tribulation. Come on! Fang Chen shouted and began to pass the 9-9 lightning tribulation. The 7th lightning tribulation contained a flame attack. However, Fang Chen's body had black flames. The black flames contained the characteristics of the undying flame, so he wasn't afraid of the flame attack at all. Under the strong suppression of the black flames, the 7th lightning tribulation was successfully passed. When the 8th lightning tribulation descended, it directly blasted Fang Chen into the water. Rather than being blasted into the water, it was better to say that Fang Chen entered the water of his own accord. This was because Fang Chen sensed that the 8th lightning tribulation contained a water attack. He wanted to use the water in the lake to resist this attack. Rumble. Fang Chen instantly unleashed his intent of water and integrated it into the water of the lake, causing the water in the lake to instantly turn into a huge whirlpool. Fang Chen stood in the middle of the whirlpool, constantly absorbing the power from the water of the lake. Boom! Hundreds of lightning snakes danced in the sky with an astonishing aura. In an instant, hundreds of lightning snakes, carrying vast power, blasted towards Fang Chen. Dong! Fang Chen's body was instantly blasted into the water of the lake, and hundreds of lightning snakes drilled into the center of the whirlpool. Crash! Fang Chen was already prepared. When his body was blasted into the water of the lake, he continued to control the whirlpool, constantly absorbing the power of the hundreds of lightning snakes. Crack! In the end, the hundreds of lightning snakes were unable to resist the suction of the whirlpool. Their power was sucked dry, and they instantly dissipated. Bang! The lightning snakes dissipated, creating a wild spray that blasted Fang Chen's body into the sky. At this moment, Fang Chen was in a slightly sorry state. However, it was much better than when Star and Moon underwent the 9-9 lightning tribulation. After all, Fang Chen's true strength had already surpassed the spiritual vortex realm and was comparable to a LV1 genuine martial realm. He had also laid a solid foundation. As the saying goes, good preparation leads to good results. Shaking his head and shaking off the water on his body, Fang Chen once again stood in the air above the lake and stared at the sky. The last lightning tribulation. Fang Chen's eyes flickered, and he felt a little excited. As long as he could withstand the last lightning tribulation of the 9-9 lightning tribulation, he could successfully enter the genuine martial realm. Dong. The 9th lightning tribulation was not as terrifying as imagined, and it did not take long to brew. Just as Fang Chen was pondering, the lightning tribulation struck. Fang Chen's body was directly smashed into the bottom of the lake. The metal armor on his arm was instantly shattered. So powerful. Fang Chen could not help but exclaim. The last lightning tribulation was too powerful. Just a simple lightning snake attack was enough to shatter Fang Chen's armor and injure his body. Fang Chen climbed out of the lake with great difficulty, but he was immediately blasted back into the lake by the lightning snake. F***CK. Fang Chen could not help but curse. The attack of this lightning snake was extremely special. It could actually last for such a long time without dissipating, and it could attack continuously. Fang Chen stood at the bottom of the lake, carefully thinking of a solution. Finally, Fang Chen thought of a solution. In fact, this solution was not Fang Chen's idea. The three-legged, two-eared cauldron took the initiative to appear in front of him. The cauldron lid opened, and Fang Chen entered the cauldron without hesitation. Then, the cauldron floated out. Boom! The lightning snake bombarded the cauldron, but the cauldron did not move at all. As expected of the three-legged, two-eared cauldron. Fang Chen laughed in the cauldron. The lightning snake launched its final attack, which was extremely violent. It wanted to smash the cauldron, but it was unable to do so. In the end, it dissipated. Fang Chen could not wait to open the cauldron lid and climb out. His face was filled with an excited smile. He had finally passed the 9-9 lightning tribulation. Now, he could be considered a real expert of the real martial realm. 9 sets of heavenly tribulation, that's all there is to it. Fang Chen grinned smugly. However, before Fang Chen finished laughing, a clap of thunder sounded in the sky. In the next moment, Fang Chen's body trembled. He felt that the aura around him was a little terrifying. Within the canyon, the devil monkeys that were climbing up the cliffs were all running away. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. What's going on? Fang Chen's heart palpitated. What was going on? Why did he feel such a terrifying aura? Fang Chen looked around, but found nothing. Finally, he raised his head and looked at the sky. Fang Chen was stunned by what he saw. At this time, the sky, which should have been clear, was still covered with dark clouds. The rolling sea of lightning was many times stronger than the 9-9 lightning tribulation. The sea of lightning during the 9-9 lightning tribulation was strong enough. Even a LV1 genuine martial realm martial artist would not be able to resist that kind of power. Fang Chen relied on the three-legged, two-eared cauldron to barely pass the 9-9 lightning tribulation. Now, the sea of lightning was many times stronger than the 9-9 lightning tribulation. Could it be the 12th grade tribulation? Fang Chen's mouth was wide open in shock. Didn't the 12th grade tribulation only exist in legends? Fang Chen actually encountered it. During the rolling sea of lightning in the sky brewed a terrifying aura. Fang Chen's body was trembling, and his legs were a little weak. Chapter 828. At this moment, the entire desolate border was shaken. The appearance of the 12th heaven tribulation had caused a huge commotion. All the Almighties had noticed the heaven and earth anomaly outside Golden Sword City. This scene had even alarmed a few old farts. The first to notice the anomaly were the true martial realm experts of Golden Sword City. Heavens! What kind of lightning tribulation is that? Is someone undergoing the 9-9 lightning tribulation? Let's go and see. Someone is undergoing the 9-9 lightning tribulation, 100 miles away from Golden Sword City. Many true martial realm experts, including Luo Bairen and Wu Li, rushed out of Golden Sword City and headed towards the place where Fang Chen was undergoing the tribulation. Of course, these true martial realm experts didn't notice that the terrifying lightning tribulation in the sky wasn't the 9-9 lightning tribulation, but the 12th heaven tribulation. In King Shuelian's residence, he had just finished refining a blood puppet. He was very satisfied and grinned. This blood puppet has reached the true martial realm. Not bad. King Shuelian smiled. For King Shuelian, he was very happy to be able to refine a perfect product. It was also his pleasure. Although King Shuelian didn't have a good reputation, he was very good at refining blood puppets. Just as King Shuelian was about to rest, he suddenly heard a trembling sound. King Shuelian's face changed slightly. He raised his head and saw a terrifying sea of lightning 100 miles away from Golden Sword City. Someone is undergoing a tribulation in the sea of lightning. King Shuelian's eyes flickered. He instantly guessed that someone was undergoing a tribulation. Dong. However, before the blood refinement monarch could finish his sentence, his heart was already in turmoil. A trembling sound came from the rolling sea of thunder in the sky. It was so loud that even blood-refining King's soul was shaken. King Shuelian had seen the 9-9 lightning tribulation before. Although it was powerful, it wasn't enough to shake his soul. He couldn't think of any lightning tribulation that could shake the soul of a profound King realm expert other than the 12th heaven tribulation. King Shuelian was extremely excited. His figure flashed and he tore through the void, arriving above the canyon. King Shuelian, you're here too. When King Shuelian arrived, there were already many true martial realm experts below him. There were also several profound kings in the sky. These profound kings were all from Golden Sword City. They greeted the blood-refining monarch when they saw him. "What's going on?" asked Blood Refinement Monarch. "I'm not sure, but from the looks of it, it should be the 12th tribulation." "Yeah, I really didn't expect that the 12th grade tribulation, which hasn't appeared for nearly 10,000 years, would actually appear here." The appearance of the 12th heaven tribulation directly cut off the void, making it impossible for the crowd to see who was going through the tribulation. This could also be considered as the 12th layered tribulation protecting the person undergoing the tribulation. After all, a martial artist who could trigger a 12th level tribulation was already a freak in itself. If there were no accidents, stepping into the Mystic King realm would be like playing a game. The potential of such a martial artist was too heaven-defying. Those who were on good terms with him would definitely do their best to protect him. However, Those who were on bad terms with him would definitely think of ways to get rid of such a monstrous genius. Rumble at this moment, a vast sea of lightning was rolling in the sky above the canyon. Every time it rolled, it would shake the souls of mystic kings. As for the true martial realm experts below, they did not dare to get too close for fear of injuring themselves. Whoosh! Whoosh! It didn't take long for mystic king realm experts to arrive from afar. These mystic king realm experts were scattered in every corner of the endless desolate border. They had heard the news and rushed over, wanting to see the 12th level tribulation. Ha ha ha, I can actually see the 12th level tribulation in my lifetime. I can die without regrets. A mystic king realm expert who was nearing the end of his lifespan laughed wildly when he saw the sea of lightning in the sky. The other mystic king realm experts also nodded. The 12th level tribulation was hard to come by in 10,000 years. Not a single one had appeared in the past 10,000 years. In the endless desolate border, the most monstrous genius would only undergo a 9-9 lightning tribulation. Under normal circumstances, most martial artists would undergo a 6-9 lightning tribulation. However, a 12th level tribulation had actually appeared this time. How could they not be shocked? When Fang Chen was undergoing the tribulation, he was at the center of the endless desolate border. There was a towering mountain here. Legend had it that there was a celestial palace on the mountain peak. The owner of this celestial palace was an unparalleled expert in the endless desolate border. Of course, no one knew whether it was true or not. In short, over the years, many experts did not believe it and tried to climb the mountain. However, they were all stopped by an invisible aura midway. As time passed, this celestial palace became a legend. Today, at the top of the mountain peak, a vivid celestial palace stood quietly. The celestial palace was surrounded by celestial chi. Inside the celestial palace, there was an elder. Celestial chi surrounded his body, making it impossible to see his face clearly. This elder was sensing with his eyes closed. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and a look of surprise appeared on his face. The 12th level tribulation has appeared, the elder muttered to himself. His words were filled with a hint of ecstasy. Then, the elder waved his hand and two old men appeared in front of him. The 12th level tribulation has appeared. The person undergoing the tribulation is 100 miles away from Golden Sword City. Find him and bring him back, the elder said. At the same time, in the vast endless desolate border, every force was doing everything they could to obtain information about the person undergoing the tribulation. The 12th level tribulation, the true martial realm's lightning tribulation that only existed in legends, had actually appeared today. In the canyon, Fang Chen's body lay at the bottom of the lake. At this time, the water in the lake had already disappeared. Fang Chen's body lay on the ground at the bottom of the lake, battered and exhausted. The lightning tribulation that had just descended was too terrifying. Fang Chen activated all of his strength and even used all of his supreme treasures before he could barely withstand it. That lightning tribulation was still fresh in Fang Chen's memory. When the lightning tribulation struck, it emitted a scorching aura. In the blink of an eye, it had evaporated all the water in the lake. Then, it had shattered all of Fang Chen's treasures and blasted Fang Chen into the ground. Lying on the ground with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, Fang Chen's aura was a little weak. He glanced at the three-legged, two-eared cauldron beside him. His eyes were filled with disbelief. The powerful three-legged, two-eared cauldron had actually been cracked by the lightning tribulation. As for the cauldron lid, it had been directly shattered. The head in the cauldron had also been hit by the lightning tribulation. It was motionless. Fang Chen had no strength left. He didn't even know how to resist the next two lightning tribulations. Am I going to die in the lightning tribulation of the genuine martial realm? Fang Chen's heart was filled with unwillingness. He had just revived with the help of the golden heart. Was he going to die in the lightning tribulation of the genuine martial realm? He was unwilling. He was not convinced. As long as he could pass the tribulation successfully, his strength would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. After all, he was going through the 12th grade tribulation. It was fundamentally different from the 9-9 lightning tribulation. The cauldron should be able to help me resist one more time. But how can I resist the last lightning tribulation? At this moment, Fang Chen's mind was filled with thousands of thoughts. The last lightning tribulation of the 12th grade tribulation was the most terrifying. Boom! Fang Chen had no idea that his tribulation had alarmed the entire borderland. Moreover, even if he knew, he wouldn't be in the mood to pay attention. Now, he couldn't even control his own life. Why would he care about anything else? Fang Chen struggled to get up and entered the three-legged, two-eared cauldron. The moment Fang Chen entered the cauldron, the three-legged, two-eared cauldron instantly flipped over. The bottom of the cauldron was facing up, and the gap in the lid was facing down. At that instant, the 11th tribulation descended upon the place. Dong! The earth trembled. The devil monkey in the canyon had already disappeared without a trace. The energy that escaped from the lightning tribulation caused the cliffs to collapse. When the 11th lightning tribulation struck the three-legged, two-eared cauldron, the three-legged, two-eared cauldron was immediately smashed into pieces and scattered in the air. At this moment, all the power of the lightning tribulation struck the cauldron. Crack! The cracks on the cauldron continued to expand. In the end, the cauldron resisted the power of the lightning tribulation and shattered with a loud bang. Fang Chen's body was once again seriously injured. Fortunately, the cauldron resisted most of the power of the lightning tribulation. The remaining power bombarded Fang Chen's body. Ah! Fang Chen couldn't help but cry out in pain. The cauldron shattered, and the head in the cauldron also shattered with a loud bang. Then, it turned into specks of light and floated in front of Fang Chen. Even the cauldron shattered. Fang Chen's heart was shaken. Fang Chen was very clear about the origin of the cauldron. Now, even the cauldron had shattered. One could imagine how strong the power of the 12th grade tribulation was. The 11th lightning tribulation finally dissipated with the destruction of the cauldron and the head. However, the last lightning tribulation would be the most dangerous one. Fang Chen's heart was filled with fear. He didn't know how to resist it. In front of him, the specks of light that the head had turned into finally gathered together under Fang Chen's gaze and emitted a bright light. Finally, the bright light disappeared, and a palm-sized token appeared in an instant. On the back of the token, there was a drawing of a long sword. On the front, there was a large word sword. The token fell into Fang Chen's hand and then its luster dimmed. Fang Chen didn't even think about it and put the token into his interspatial ring. The head in the cauldron completely dissipated, leaving only a token. As for Fang Chen, he still had to withstand the last terrifying lightning tribulation. The 12th grade tribulation is so powerful. Has anyone in history succeeded in overcoming it? Fang Chen muttered to himself. If someone succeeded in overcoming the tribulation, how did they succeed? Since they could succeed, why couldn't he succeed? Fang Chen didn't want to die. He hadn't avenged his wife, star, and moon. The strong will to live made Fang Chen start to think about how to resist the last lightning tribulation. Life and death were on the line. If he resisted the lightning tribulation, Fang Chen would become the most heaven-defying monster in the endless wilderness in the past 10,000 years. His future was limitless. If he failed, Fang Chen would turn into nothingness and his soul would scatter. Chapter 830. At this moment, Fang Chen's heart was in turmoil, and his face was solemn. That was the 12th layer tribulation, which was many times stronger than the 9-9 lightning tribulation. In the past 10,000 years, no one had drawn out the 12th layer tribulation. Every time the 12th layer tribulation appeared, it represented the beginning of a new era. If the person undergoing the tribulation didn't die, they could lead a new era in the future. However, Fang Chen wasn't thinking about that at this moment. As Fang Chen looked at the churning sea of lightning in the sky, where the final horrifying lightning tribulation was brewing, he could not help cursing. This damned tribulation, how am I going to pass it? Fang Chen cursed. In the outside world, drawing out the 12th layer tribulation was a great opportunity. However, in Fang Chen's eyes, saving his life was more important. If he lost his life, what was the use of the 12th layer tribulation? The 11th tribulation already destroyed the three-legged, two-eared cauldron and severely injured me. Is the last tribulation destined to kill me? Fang Chen's heart was filled with an unyielding fighting spirit. At this moment, his blood began to boil, and his fighting spirit soared. No matter what, I'll have a chance to survive if I fight. If I don't, I won't have any chance. Fang Chen thought to himself. At the same time, his eyes were filled with a terrifying aura. Fang Chen decided to give it a try. Perhaps he might be able to withstand the 12th lightning tribulation. Crash! Fang Chen's sword body was pushed to the limit. After the 12th layer tribulation, his sword body, which was at the peak of the middle stage of the body refinement realm, suddenly exploded with a terrifying sound. Vast sword qi emerged from the sword body, and this sword qi revolved around Fang Chen's body. Fang Chen lowered his head to look at his body. He found that his body was like a transparent sword, incomparably sharp. At this crucial moment, his sword body broke through. Late stage of the body refinement realm. His sword body had reached the peak of the middle stage of the body refinement realm. This step was a substantial one. Late stage of the body refinement realm was equivalent to a 9-star Dao body, which was the limit of the Dao body. So strong. Fang Chen discovered that after the sword body reached the late stage of body refinement, its strength was rapidly increasing, and so was its defense. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen's strength had increased by several levels. Fang Chen clenched his fists so hard that they creaked. The surrounding air began to disperse. Fang Chen could clearly feel that with his current strength, even a martial artist at LV2 of the true martial realm would be blown apart with a single punch, let alone a martial artist at LV1 of the true martial realm. The sword body had broken through at the critical moment. Although it was still unable to withstand the 12th tribulation, it was still a good thing. Fang Chen immediately activated the sword body to the extreme. Then, the peak first-grade sword true meaning instantly spread out and enveloped his body. Fang Chen held the star-hidden sword in his hand and activated the 2 attributes of the star-hidden sword, the black fire attribute and the moonlight attribute. Although the moonlight attribute could only display its strongest power on a full moon night, he couldn't care less about that now. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen adjusted himself to the best state to welcome the last terrifying thunder tribulation. Looking up at the sky, Fang Chen's heart was no longer disturbed. In his eyes, there was only the rolling sea of thunder. There was nothing else. Come on! Fang Chen shouted in a low voice and prepared to welcome the last thunder tribulation. At this moment, in the wilderness outside the canyon, many true martial realm experts stood far away and stared at the canyon. Who is going through the tribulation in the canyon? He Xuelin said solemnly. Could it be the little sword saint? Li Yuntian and Fatty Li whispered. Usually, Fatty Li was all smiles, but at this moment, he couldn't help but be serious. As for the little sword saint that Li Yuntian mentioned, everyone knew him. The little sword saint was recognized as a spirit whirlpool realm genius in the endless wilderness. There was once an almighty who predicted that if the little sword saint advanced to the true martial realm, the thunder tribulation of the true martial realm would definitely be the 9-9 thunder tribulation, or even higher. At this moment, when everyone saw such a powerful thunder tribulation, they naturally thought of the little sword saint. It shouldn't be the little sword saint, said Luo Bairen. At the same time, Luo Bairen glanced at the sky. Among the many profound kings standing in the sky, one of them was the little sword saint's master. If the little sword saint was going through the tribulation here, the profound kings should know. But at this moment, the profound kings didn't know. No matter who it is, we'll know once the tribulation is over, said Wu Li. The people in front of them were all young geniuses of Golden Sword City. However, most of them were 6-9 thunder tribulations. Only a few of them were 9-9 thunder tribulations. The numerous profound king realm experts standing in midair were even more shocked. The 12th heaven tribulation was too shocking. They couldn't wait to know who was going through the tribulation, but the 12th heaven tribulation still hadn't dispersed, making them extremely anxious. Old man, is the person going through the tribulation inside your disciple, the little sword saint? The blood-refining monarch suddenly asked. The old man called Old Man shook his head and smiled bitterly. It would be great if it was my disciple. Only Old Man knew that even his disciple, the little sword saint, wouldn't be able to attract such a powerful tribulation lightning. No one in the younger generation could compare to someone who could attract the 12th heaven tribulation in the boundless wilderness. The commotion caused by the 12th heaven tribulation was still fermenting in the outside world. Inside the canyon, Fang Chen was trying his best to get through the tribulation. If he couldn't get through the last tribulation lightning, Fang Chen would turn into ashes and his soul would scatter. When he thought of the corpses of Star and Moon in his interspatial ring, Fang Chen was filled with motivation. I have to survive. Fang Chen shouted in a low voice as the hidden star sword in his hand suddenly danced. Suddenly, 2 sword lights shot out from the hidden star sword. One of the sword lights was wrapped in black flames, while the other was wrapped in moonlight. The might of the Dao tool was completely unleashed. The 2 great attributes caused the surrounding air to scatter. Dong. In the rolling sea of lightning in the sky, after a while, a thunder snake finally poked its head out. No, to be exact, it should be a thunder dragon. A huge number of thunder snakes gathered together and condensed into a huge thunder dragon. This thunder dragon was 3 feet thick and 9 feet long. Roar. The thunder dragon carried a terrifying power as it poked its head out of the sea of lightning. With a low roar, it swooped down. The power contained within the lightning dragon was simply too great, causing Fang Chen to be extremely shocked. Whoosh! The thunder dragon spewed out a trace of dragon's breath, which instantly turned into a sharp sword and slashed at Fang Chen. Crack! The sharp sword formed by the dragon's breath directly shattered the black flame and moonlight swordlight, and then slashed at Fang Chen. Void destruction slash. Fang Chen activated the true intent of the void and combined it with the void destruction slash. The hidden star sword directly slashed at the sharp sword. Dong. When the hidden star sword slashed at the sharp sword, it immediately caused countless waves. Then, a crack appeared on the sharp sword, and finally, it collapsed. At the same time, the terrifying thunder dragon swooped down and arrived above Fang Chen's head. Fang Chen activated the true intent of the void and hid in the void. Bang! However, it was useless. The terrifying thunder dragon spewed out a mouthful of dragon's breath again, and directly forced Fang Chen out of the void. Then, the thunder dragon's big claws clawed at Fang Chen. Crash! Fang Chen's arm was instantly scratched open, and blood flowed out continuously. When the thunder dragon came closer, Fang Chen was shocked to find that he could not resist the thunder dragon's attack. No! Fang Chen roared loudly, and the thunder dragon directly bombarded Fang Chen's body. Boom! The whole canyon exploded with a deafening sound, and countless cracks appeared on the ground. The surrounding cliffs and precipitous cliffs were constantly falling down, and some of the weaker devil monkeys were directly shaken to death. At this time, the thunder dragon was coiling around Fang Chen's body, corroding Fang Chen's body. The last lightning tribulation was too powerful. Fang Chen's eyes showed a trace of despair. Hiss! Fang Chen's body began to weaken. He used all his strength, waving the hidden star sword, and slashing at the thunder dragon's body, but found that the thunder dragon was not afraid at all. Finally, after resisting for a while, Fang Chen's body softly fell to the ground. The thunder dragon coiling around his body suddenly opened its bloody mouth, ready to swallow Fang Chen. Am I going to die? Chapter 831. Fang Chen had once fantasized about the power of the 12th grade tribulation. However, he had never imagined that the true 12th grade tribulation would be so powerful. It was too unimaginable. Without any resistance, he fell under the 12th grade tribulation. At this moment, Fang Chen's body fell to the ground. His eyes were blurred and he was about to die. Seeing the lightning dragon rushing towards him, he sighed and closed his eyes. In the end, he couldn't resist the last lightning dragon. He was only one step away, but it was all in vain. Fang Chen was unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. Roar! The lightning dragon opened its bloody mouth, ready to bite Fang Chen's head and end this calamity. At this moment, the blood in Fang Chen's body suddenly started burning. Inside his blood, there were specks of light. The moment these specks of light appeared, the lightning dragon paused for a moment. However, after the lightning dragon paused for a moment, it continued to dive down. At this moment, Fang Chen didn't know what was happening to his body at all. He closed his eyes and was in extreme pain. The blood flowing out of the wounds on his body instantly started burning. At the same time, traces of strange aura emerged from Fang Chen's body. These strange aura directly wrapped around Fang Chen, forming a protective circle. Dong! The lightning dragon's bloody mouth instantly hit the strange aura, causing the whole ground to tremble. What was surprising was that even with the terrifying power of the lightning dragon, it actually did not shatter this layer of strange aura. Roar! Seeing this, the lightning dragon roared loudly. It opened its bloody mouth again and continued to bite the strange aura. However, the more it bit, the weaker it became. In the end, the lightning dragon found that its body was becoming more and more transparent, and it would collapse at any time. At this moment, the lightning dragon finally stopped biting Fang Chen's body. Instead, it merged itself into a ball of lightning energy and directly exploded. This was the lightning dragon's most terrifying attack. The power of the explosion was too strong. Rumble! Fang Chen, who was wrapped in the strange aura, fell into a coma. In the end, the lightning dragon's explosive power didn't break through the strange aura's defense. While the lightning dragon dispersed, and the majestic power of lightning instantly returned to the rolling sea of lightning in the sky. The lightning sea also gradually stopped churning, before slowly dissipating. In the blink of an eye, the sky became clear again. The 12th heaven tribulation was over. As for Fang Chen, he was still unconscious. The blood all over Fang Chen's body was burning continuously. Amidst the flames, there were many complicated characters. These characters seemed to be ancient characters. These characters emerged from the flames and drilled into Fang Chen's body. Hiss, hiss, hiss. After the thunder calamity dissipated, the burning blood gradually calmed down. In the end, Fang Chen's blood began to emit a faint black light. The ancient characters had all disappeared into his blood. While finally, the strange aura dissipated, and the aura of blood emerged in an instant, enveloping Fang Chen and disappearing into the canyon. Crack! The 12th heaven tribulation dissipated, and the seal within the canyon also disappeared completely. The few mystic king realm experts in the sky arrived at the canyon at the first moment. When they saw the sorry state of the canyon, they couldn't help but be moved. Where's the person who went through the tribulation? Blood-refining monarch looked around and asked. Did he die in the 12th heaven tribulation? The 12th heaven tribulation is too powerful. Maybe the person who went through it has already turned into ashes. Several profound king realm experts couldn't find the person who went through the tribulation, so they thought that the person had died in the 12th heaven tribulation. Immediately, everyone shook their heads, and their faces were a bit ugly. The 12th heaven tribulation, which hadn't appeared in nearly 10,000 years, had appeared once, and the person who went through it had turned into ashes. Let's go. Many profound king realm experts left one after another. The news of the person who went through the tribulation had died instantly spread. The boundless wilderness was in an uproar. When the news reached the Immortal Palace, the elder of the Immortal Palace shook his head slightly and said, maybe there's still a chance. It had been a month since the 12th heaven tribulation appeared. The boundless wilderness was still discussing the 12th heaven tribulation. Many people felt that it was a pity that the person who went through the tribulation had died when the tribulation appeared. If the person who went through the tribulation didn't die, they would definitely become invincible in the future. However, Fang Chen, who they thought was dead, was currently in a pitch-black cave. There was a strange seal around the cave. Even a mystic king realm expert wouldn't be able to detect it. And this cave was actually within the canyon's cliff. Within the cave, Fang Chen had been unconscious for a month. During this 1 month, the blood in his body had undergone a great change. Within the red blood, there were traces of black, and now, there were traces of gold. If there was a profound king realm expert here, they would definitely be incomparably shocked. This phenomenon was clearly the awakening of his bloodline power. At a certain moment, Fang Chen suddenly moved his finger, and then his entire body moved. In the end, Fang Chen opened his eyes with difficulty. Am I dead? The first thing Fang Chen asked when he woke up was whether he was dead or not. However, after he confirmed, he found that he wasn't dead. That means I've passed the 12th heaven tribulation. Fang Chen's face was filled with ecstasy. He really didn't expect that he could actually survive the 12th heaven tribulation. But soon, Fang Chen was puzzled. How did he withstand the last tribulation lightning? When the last lightning tribulation circled around his body, he was already exhausted and unable to resist the lightning tribulation. Just as Fang Chen was deep in thought, he suddenly cried out in shock. Because he discovered the change in his blood. My blood. Fang Chen opened his eyes wide and looked inwardly at his body. He discovered that his blood had undergone such a great change. Furthermore, Fang Chen could clearly sense that his blood was no longer the same as it had been in the past. Has my bloodline awakened? Fang Chen muttered to himself, feeling rather shocked. Fang Chen sensed for a moment and realized that his bloodline power was extremely strong. Moreover, Fang Chen faintly felt that his bloodline power seemed to be sealed. What's going on? Why do I have such a powerful bloodline power? Fang Chen was puzzled. Bloodline power was usually passed down in the family. But no matter how he thought about it, no one in the Fang family had a bloodline power. Father, sister doesn't have one, said Fang Chen. But at this time, Fang Chen's mind flashed and he thought of his mother. Could it be that my bloodline power comes from my mother? Thinking of this, Fang Chen finally understood. His bloodline power must have come from his mother. His mother's family was a large race outside the realm. It wasn't strange for her to have such a powerful bloodline power. Fang Chen felt the aura of his bloodline. He felt a very warm feeling, as if it was a mother's love. At the crucial moment, my bloodline awakened, allowing me to withstand the last tribulation lightning, muttered Fang Chen. In this world, there were many powerful bloodlines. Some martial artists were born with a bloodline power, but they needed an opportunity to awaken it. And Fang Chen had awakened his bloodline under the pressure of the 12th layer tribulation, allowing him to successfully overcome that tribulation. Even if my bloodline awakened, I still wouldn't be able to withstand the 12th layer tribulation. Fang Chen muttered to himself, feeling that something was amiss. Could it be that my mother helped me? Fang Chen thought to himself. Perhaps his mother really had done something to his body that caused his bloodline power to explosively increase. After thinking about it for a moment, Fang Chen gradually calmed down. The news of him overcoming the 12th layer tribulation absolutely couldn't be leaked. Otherwise, it would bring him a fatal disaster. But right now, the most important thing was to examine his body. Fang Chen cast aside his thoughts and began to examine his body. The first thing Fang Chen discovered was his golden heart. It was shining even more brightly, and its aura was even more tyrannical. It seems that the golden heart has also undergone a transformation, said Fang Chen. Then, Fang Chen discovered that the 9 spiritual spirals in his dantian had merged into one, becoming a single spiritual spiral. Chapter 832. A martial artist at the 9th level of the spiritual vortex realm had 9 spiritual vortices in his chi-si. The 9 spiritual vortices complemented each other and circled around each other. Endless spiritual chi flowed out from the 9 spiritual vortices. Once one broke through to the real martial realm, the first step was to change the spiritual vortices. The 9 spiritual vortices would merge together to form a single spiritual vortex. This single spiritual vortex contained all the characteristics of the 9 spiritual vortices. It was very powerful and the spiritual chi it contained was even more majestic. Fang Chen glanced at the center of his chi-si. The spiritual vortex that looked like an eye was spinning rapidly. Wisps of spiritual chi were spewing out. His face was full of smiles. Now, he had finally stepped into the real martial realm. Moreover, he had passed the 12th tribulation, which was like a dream. My physical body reached the late stage of the body-refining realm at the critical moment of the 12th tribulation. Speaking of his physical body, Fang Chen was very excited. The late stage of the body-refining realm's sword body was already the limit. His defense had increased in all aspects. Of course, this was only one of the benefits. In short, when the sword body reached the limit, Fang Chen's understanding of the way of the sword became more profound. When he used his swordsmanship, there was an additional boost in power. Then, he did a simple check of his body. Then, with a thought, the aura of the real martial realm spread out. This When he sensed the aura of the real martial realm around him, Fang Chen's face was full of astonishment. Then, a stormy sea rose in his heart. Yes, it was a stormy sea. Fang Chen clenched his fists tightly. Instantly, he could feel a powerful force, as though it could shatter the void. LV4 True Martial Realm. Fang Chen's face was filled with ecstasy. After passing the tribulation, his cultivation had increased to LV4 True Martial Realm. This made Fang Chen feel incredulous. Could this be the benefit of the 12th tribulation? Fang Chen muttered to himself. At this moment, he was already shocked. It was much more difficult for a true martial realm expert to increase his cultivation compared to a spiritual vortex realm expert. Some true martial realm experts would spend years or even decades cultivating, but Fang Chen had just crossed the true martial realm thunder tribulation, and his cultivation had already reached the 4th level of the true martial realm. It's too dreamy. Fang Chen shook his head and said softly. After a long time, Fang Chen tried his best to suppress the excitement in his heart and calmed down. As expected of the 12th heaven tribulation, it's so powerful. It actually raised my cultivation to LV4 of the true martial realm. After pondering for a long time, Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh at the power of the 12th level tribulation. When he was in the heavenly void secret realm, Star and Moon did not have such an exaggerated increase in strength even when they underwent the 9-9 heavenly tribulation. However, after Star and Moon reached the genuine martial arts realm, their strength was also abnormally strong. After pondering for a while, Fang Chen finally looked away. He was the first martial artist to cross the 12th heaven tribulation in nearly 10,000 years. Just the fact that he had crossed the 12th heaven tribulation alone would cause a stir. After carefully inspecting his body, Fang Chen found that after his cultivation reached the 4th level of the true martial realm, his sword will had also silently broken through to the 2nd grade. Maybe I broke through when I was crossing the tribulation. Fang Chen muttered to himself. In short, Fang Chen's cultivation had increased in all aspects. Let's try the Mu Sen swordsmanship. Fang Chen suddenly stood up, held the hidden star sword in his hand, and displayed the Mu Sen swordsmanship. In an instant, countless wood elemental sword radiants appeared in the cave. These sword radiants merged together at a speed invisible to the naked eye, forming a peerless sword. In the end, this terrifying sword radiance dissipated in the void. So powerful. Fang Chen couldn't help but exclaim. The Mu Sen swordsmanship had also reached the perfection of martial arts. This meant that Fang Chen's 5 sword techniques had all reached the perfection of martial arts. He could finally start practicing the 5-element sword techniques. Fang Chen could feel the change in his strength. With Fang Chen's current strength, he could easily defeat a martial artist at the 4th level of the true martial realm. He could even challenge a martial artist at the 5th level of the true martial realm. This was the strength of the 12th heaven tribulation. However, Fang Chen was not in a hurry to practice the 5-element sword techniques. Instead, he wanted to confirm where he was. Fang Chen held the hidden star sword in his hand, surrounded by an aura, and carefully came out of the cave. He looked around and found that he was still in the canyon where he had crossed the tribulation. Well, it's here. Seeing the familiar canyon, Fang Chen grinned. Then, he came to the center of the canyon. Seeing the sorry state of the canyon, Fang Chen shook his head slightly and finally walked out of the canyon. After a while, Fang Chen appeared in the wilderness. Suddenly, Fang Chen felt that the air around him was filled with majestic sword qi. This feeling is so familiar. Fang Chen muttered to himself. Immediately, sword intent spread out from his body and blended with the sword qi in the air. In an instant, Fang Chen's face changed and he cried out, "Is this the sword cultivator's heaven?" Fang Chen had been taken to the sword cultivator's heaven by the head in the 3-legged, 2-eared cauldron and had fought with the geniuses there. Fang Chen's memory of that time was still fresh in his mind. At this moment, the familiar sword cultivator's aura hit him in the face again. Fang Chen was sure that this was the sword cultivator's heaven. Why am I in the sword cultivator's heaven? What's going on? Fang Chen's heart was filled with countless questions. Where was the sword cultivator's heaven? Why was he there? After racking his brains, Fang Chen still couldn't figure out the reason. In the end, he gave up. Could it be that the three-legged, two-eared cauldron brought me here? Fang Chen said softly. Just as Fang Chen was thinking, several voices came from afar. Shortly after, a few true martial realm martial artists flew over from afar. They saw Fang Chen and instantly landed on the ground. There's a warrior here. One of the men said in a low voice. Let's go and ask. Another warrior said. The three warriors quickly came to Fang Chen's side. The leader asked in a deep voice, Boy, you came out of the canyon. Fang Chen saw this and shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. Have you seen any suspicious characters? Another warrior asked. No. Fang Chen said. The last warrior narrowed his eyes and glanced at Fang Chen. Then he said, A warrior who just entered the true martial realm dares to come here. You're courting death. What's going on here? Fang Chen suddenly asked. Get out of here. The leader said coldly. Soon after, the three warriors instantly entered the canyon. Fang Chen saw this and his eyes flickered. Ever since Fang Chen learned that this was the Sword Cultivator's Heaven, he was extremely excited. The Sword Cultivator's Heaven. The reason why it was called the Sword Cultivator's Heaven was because there was a vast amount of sword qi in the air. Even the slightest aptitude could be improved here. Not long after, Fang Chen saw the Golden Sword City. Then, Fang Chen entered the Golden Sword City. Now, he knew nothing about the Sword Cultivator's Heaven. He needed to find someone to ask about it. After arriving, Fang Chen found a passerby and asked, Little brother, may I ask where I can get information in Golden Sword City? You're from another city, right? The warrior carefully observed Fang Chen. Fang Chen nodded. There's an information pavilion in the center of Golden Sword City. You can go there to buy information. Many thanks, little brother. Fang Chen followed the young man's directions and arrived at the information pavilion. What do you need? Asked the staff member. I want detailed information about this place, said Fang Chen. Do you want information about Golden Sword City or the entire Sword Burial Prefecture? The staff member raised his head and glanced at Fang Chen. Sword Burial Prefecture. Although Fang Chen didn't know what the Sword Burial Prefecture was, his intuition told him that the Sword Burial Prefecture was related to the Sword Cultivator's Heaven. Detailed information will cost 100 violet crystals. Simple information will only cost 30 violet crystals, said the staff member. Hearing the words purple crystal, Fang Chen was also stunned. The currency used here was actually purple crystal stones. Thinking of this, Fang Chen felt a bit embarrassed. He had long since used up all the violet crystals in his spatial ring. He only had top-grade spirit stones left. Excuse me, can I use spirit stones? Fang Chen asked embarrassedly. The staff member looked at Fang Chen with surprise. Chapter 833. You should know that spirit stones are of little value in the Sword Burial Prefecture. Aside from a few merchant guilds, no one else uses spirit stones, the staff member said. Fang Chen nodded. The staff member continued, however, I need some spirit stones for an experiment. I'll exchange them with you personally. 1 violet crystal for 10 million top-grade spirit stones. 30 violet crystals for 300 million top-grade spirit stones. The value of a purple crystal was much higher than that of a supreme-grade spirit stone. Fang Chen was very familiar with violet crystals. They were the currency of the outer realms. He hadn't expected the Sword Cultivator Paradise to also use violet crystals. Could it be that the Sword Cultivator Paradise came to the outer realms by itself? Fang Chen suddenly realized this and his expression changed. 30 violet crystals for this information. I've already paid for it. You just need to give me 300 million top-grade spirit stones, said the staff member. Fang Chen was stunned. He took out the remaining 300 million top-grade spirit stones from his spatial ring and handed it over to the staff member. Then he left the information pavilion. Fang Chen found a spacious area in the plaza of Golden Sword City and sat down cross-legged. He took out the information and began to read it. He had to understand everything in this unfamiliar place. Only then would he be able to find a way to survive. At the very beginning of the information, there were 3 large words, Sword Burial Prefecture. Sword Burial Prefecture. Fang Chen was a little surprised when he saw the words Sword Burial State. The staff member had also asked Fang Chen if he wanted information on the Sword Burial Prefecture. Fang Chen quickly flipped to the first page and saw the information on the Sword Burial Prefecture. After skimming through the information, Fang Chen was shocked. It turned out that the sword cultivator paradise he was in was called the Sword Burial Prefecture. The Sword Burial Prefecture wasn't part of the Outer Realms. It was part of the Azure Cloud Realm. After reading the information, Fang Chen learned that the ancient sword continent he was in was only part of the Azure Cloud Realm. There were a total of 3 continents in the Azure Cloud Realm. The Sword Burial Prefecture didn't even exist in the eyes of the world. Only when one's strength reached a certain level would one be able to know. It was only at this moment that Fang Chen recalled what Elder Han had said to him. He had said that there was hope for him to enter that place. He had even asked Elder Han what that place was, but Elder Han had remained silent. As it turned out, Elder Han was talking about the Sword Burial State. It was said that the Sword Burial Prefecture was an independent space formed by the body of a mighty figure from another realm when he died. All the martial artists in the Sword Burial Prefecture were sword cultivators. The air here contained rich sword qi. It was very suitable for warriors to cultivate sword Dao. The Sword Burial Prefecture was filled with experts. On the ancient sword continent, true martial realm experts were already the pinnacle of combat strength. There was not a single mystic king realm expert. In the Sword Burial Prefecture, true martial realm cultivators were only part of the younger generation. There were also quite a few profound kings. Fang Chen also learned from the intelligence. The Sword Burial Prefecture knew of the existence of the 3 continents. Whenever a peerless genius appeared on the 3 continents, the prefecture's emissary would escort them to the prefecture. Endless desolate border. Fang Chen was astonished when he saw the words endless desolate border. It turned out that in the eyes of the ancient sword continent's experts, the Sword Burial Prefecture was the endless desolate border. Between the endless desolate border and the ancient sword continent was the Forbidden Ocean. Fang Chen had some understanding of the Forbidden Ocean. He was very curious as to how he had crossed the Forbidden Ocean and arrived at the Sword Burial Prefecture. So I came to the Sword Burial Prefecture when I was in the void, muttered Fang Chen to himself. Although the information in the report was only simple information about the Sword Burial Prefecture, it was still very shocking to Fang Chen. There were countless domains in the universe, and each domain had a different number of mortal continents. The Azure Cloud domain only had 3 continents, while the stronger domains had 5, 6, or even 10 continents. The Azure Cloud domain's 3 continents were the Ancient Sword Continent, the Cloudpool Continent, and the Shengxian Continent. The 3 continents were separated by the Forbidden Ocean. Ordinary martial artists didn't know of the existence of the other continents. Even the upper echelons of the Ancient Sword Continent probably didn't know. The Sword Burial Prefecture was a unique place in the Azure Cloud domain. It had perfect laws and a unique spiritual qi that could allow sword cultivators to cultivate faster here. Just what kind of almighty being would be able to form the Sword Burial Prefecture after perishing? Fang Chen was shaken. The Sword Burial Prefecture seemed to have a restriction that made it impossible for ordinary martial artists to leave. Only those who reached a certain realm could leave. As for crossing the Forbidden Ocean and returning to the Ancient Sword Continent, they had to be at least a profound king. In order to return to the Ancient Sword Continent as quickly as possible, Fang Chen had to work hard on cultivating. It took Fang Chen 2 hours to finish reading the detailed information in the report. Then he began to make plans for his future. The common currency of the Sword Burial Prefecture was violet crystals. He was penniless, so he had to earn violet crystals. Violet crystals. If he didn't have violet crystals, he would have to leave Golden Sword City before nightfall. Otherwise, he would be captured by the guards. The consequences would be unthinkable. After thinking for a moment, Fang Chen followed the intelligence and went to a refining pavilion. The refining pavilion had a bit of fame in Golden Sword City. The reason Fang Chen had come here was to see if they were hiring workers. First, he had to solve his sleeping problem. After entering the refining pavilion, an alchemist quickly walked over. "We're not selling weapons today." "Hello, I'm an alchemist. I want to join the refining pavilion," said Fang Chen. "Yes. Join the refining pavilion." The alchemist glanced at Fang Chen with surprise. "Our refining pavilion's requirements are very high. It won't be easy to join." Fang Chen nodded heavily. Seeing this, the blacksmith said, "Come with me." Then, the craftsman brought Fang Chen to a crafting room. "I'm here to refine a weapon," said the alchemist. Fang Chen knew that this was a test for him. Fang Chen had been a grandmaster alchemist back in the ancient Sword continent. He was no stranger to refining. Soon, Fang Chen prepared the materials and began to refine the weapon. Fang Chen was refining a sword. He was a sword cultivator and was very familiar with swords. Bang bang bang. The alchemist watched from the side while Fang Chen quickly refined the weapon. Soon, the refining reached the most critical moment. Fang Chen's expression was grave as he began the final step. Boom. The entire refining process was smoother than Fang Chen had imagined. Moreover, the result was beyond Fang Chen's expectations. Originally, Fang Chen was refining a supreme-grade spirit weapon, but he did not expect that after the refining was completed, the grade of the weapon would actually reach the mystic weapon grade. In other words, Fang Chen had unknowingly become a grandmaster alchemist. This lad's refining technique is very unique. The alchemist's eyes flickered as he muttered to himself. He took the sword that Fang Chen had refined and examined it carefully. A beginner-grade profound-grade weapon. After sensing the aura of the profound-grade weapon, the alchemist's attitude towards Fang Chen finally changed. 1000 hammer 100 refinement technique. The alchemist said word by word. Fang Chen had used the simplest refining technique, but it gave off a unique aura. Most importantly, he had refined a profound-grade weapon. Not bad, you can refine a profound-grade weapon at such a young age. The alchemist was overjoyed and brought Fang Chen to the deacon of the refining pavilion. "Deacon Li, he wants to join our refining pavilion and has passed the preliminary assessment," said the alchemist respectfully. "You can make the decision on this matter," Deacon Li said impatiently. He was so busy that he couldn't be bothered with such a small matter. "Deacon Li, this lad is very talented in refining weapons," continued the alchemist. "Which one of the alchemists in our refining pavilion isn't talented in refining weapons?" Deacon Li said unhappily. Seeing that Deacon Li was angry, the alchemist gritted his teeth and continued, "Deacon Li, this lad is a grandmaster alchemist." Deacon Li was about to fly into a rage when he heard this. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically as he stared at Fang Chen. Chapter 834. The weapon refiner nodded his head heavily and said, "This kid used the simplest 1000 hammer 100 refinement technique and the materials he used were all ordinary materials to refine a profound weapon." As he spoke, the blacksmith handed the long sword that Fang Chen had forged to attendant Li. Manager Li took the long sword and carefully examined it. A moment later, Manager Li's expression was grave as he looked at Fang Chen. "This is the weapon you refined?" Fang Chen nodded and said, "It was refined by me. From today onwards, you're part of the forging pavilion. In the future, you'll be responsible for refining weapons. If there's a need, he'll inform you," slowly said Manager Li. Fang Chen was overjoyed. "Many thanks, Manager Li. All right, you can leave first." Deacon Li waved his hand and said. Fang Chen wanted to say something, but hesitated. Manager Li saw this and asked, "What else do you want to say?" "Manager Li, may I ask if I can live in the forging pavilion?" Fang Chen asked embarrassedly. Deacon Li was stunned, and then he said, "Sure." After saying this, the refiner brought Fang Chen away. Deacon Li hurriedly went up to the 3rd floor and entered a dark room. "Manager Li, what's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry?" A melodious voice rang out. "Manager Wang, a newcomer came to our blacksmith pavilion today." Attendant Li said. "This newcomer is a genius." Manager Wang smiled. "Nothing can be hidden from you, Manager Wang," said Manager Li. "To be able to make you come and find me in such a hurry, this person must have some outstanding aspects." In a dark room, Manager Wang was half lying on a bed in a corner as he spoke. This is the weapon refined by this person, said Manager Li. Manager Wang took the weapon and glanced at it. An ordinary profound weapon is nothing. Manager Wang, this person is not over 30 years old. Furthermore, he used the most ordinary 1000 hammer 100 refinement technique to refine it. Hearing this, Manager Wang fell into silence. After a long time, he said, use all your strength to nurture this person. Back then, he had no idea that he would have alarmed Butler Wang of the blacksmith pavilion by coming to the blacksmith pavilion in order to solve his housing problem. After joining the crafting pavilion, Fang Chen's housing problem was naturally solved. However, if he had to forge weapons for the blacksmith pavilion every day, it would delay his cultivation. Fang Chen thought to himself. He had to think of a way to earn more purple crystals as soon as possible. One day, Fang Chen was chatting with a weapon refiner he was slightly familiar with. Brother, where can I earn spirit stones in Golden Sword City? Fang Chen asked. In terms of the speed of earning spirit stones, if the sword arena claims to be second, no one would dare to claim to be first. The weapon refiner grinned and said, Sword arena? Fang Chen asked doubtfully. The sword battle arena is a place where true martial realm martial artists fight. The blacksmith said. After some explanation, Fang Chen finally understood. The so-called sword arena was identical to the ancient sword continent's martial arena. It was just that in the sword arena, all the martial artists were sword cultivators. Fang Chen's cultivation was at the 4th level of the true martial realm. In the sword arena, he couldn't be considered too strong, but he also couldn't be considered too weak. After learning of the sword arena's existence, Fang Chen had a thought. Brother, are you interested in going to the sword arena to take a look? Fang Chen smiled. Don't joke around. If we were to go to the sword arena, wouldn't we be courting death? Well, it's fine to go take a look, said Fang Chen. Alright, since you want to go, I'll accompany you to have a look. Refiner Wang Jiao laughed. After passing through several streets, Fang Chen and Wang Jiao finally arrived at the entrance of the sword arena. At a glance, countless martial artists had gathered at the entrance of the sword battle arena. These martial artists were all looking inside. There are so many people. Fang Chen couldn't help sighing. Although the sword arena of the Burial Sword Prefecture was the same as the martial arena of the ancient sword continent, there was a huge difference in essence. The martial arena of the ancient sword continent was filled with weak people at best. There weren't even any spirit vortex realm martial artists. The Sword Burial Prefecture's sword arena was filled with true martial realm cultivators. Fang Chen and Wang Jiao each paid a purple crystal and entered the Sword Colosseum. After joining the refining pavilion, Fang Chen received a violet crystal as a reward for every newcomer. Fang Chen used his only violet crystal to enter the sword arena. After entering the sword arena, earth-shattering noises whistled through the air. A vast aura assaulted them. So many people. The sword arena has millions of people every day, said Wang Jiao. Fang Chen couldn't help but click his tongue. A violet crystal per person meant millions of violet crystals in a day. Fang Chen didn't even dare to think about this number. Come, let's go sit. Wang Jiao pulled Fang Chen to a row of seats and sat down. Below them, there were several arenas where intense battles were taking place. These martial artists are all here to earn spiritual stones, said Wang Jiao. Although it wasn't his first time in the sword arena, he was still very excited. Who do you think will win? Asked Wang Jiao, looking at the first arena. The purple-robed man should win, said Fang Chen. Sure enough, as soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, the purple-robed man swung his sword and defeated his opponent. Damn, you're not just guessing, are you? Wang Jiao clearly didn't believe it. Fang Chen didn't explain. He shook his head. The purple-robed man's cultivation was only at the first level of the true martial realm. In Fang Chen's eyes, it wasn't worth mentioning. In the sword arena, as long as you win, you can earn a lot of violet crystals. Wang Jiao was envious. Then why don't you go fight? Asked Fang Chen. Wang Jiao glared at Fang Chen. What do you know? The martial artists who dare to come to the sword arena are all geniuses among geniuses. With my strength, I don't dare to go up and embarrass myself. Moreover, if you want to fight, you need to have enough violet crystals, said Wang Jiao. Why is that? Asked Fang Chen, puzzled. The sword arena has a rule for every battle. The loser must give the winner a certain amount of violet crystals. If you don't have violet crystals, who will fight with you? Said Wang Jiao. Fang Chen's eyes flickered as he sank into deep thought. After watching for about an hour, Fang Chen was more or less familiar with the rules of the sword arena. He then said to Wang Jiao, I'm going to the washroom. Go, said Wang Jiao. Fang Chen quietly left. Then he found a corner, changed his clothes, put on a mask, and returned to the sword arena. At this time, on one of the arenas, the arena master had won. Fang Chen leaped up and stepped onto the arena. Here comes another one who wants to die. On the arena, a fat man with big ears looked at Fang Chen sinisterly and said, Crash. Fang Chen released his aura of the 4th level of the true martial realm, which suddenly made the fat man panic-stricken. The sword arena had a rule that martial artists of a higher level could not attack martial artists of a lower level. Otherwise, they would be punished by the sword arena. Flying out was the request of the lower-level martial artist. Do you still want to fight? Asked Fang Chen. The fat man's body trembled as he left the arena. Martial artists of the LV4 true martial realm can come up, said Fang Chen in a deep voice. In an instant, countless martialists turned to look at Fang Chen. Chumph, too arrogant. Let me teach you a lesson. A man in a blood-red robe came to the arena. It's Xue Zhu. He actually came. It seems that this kid is out of luck. The man in the blood-red robe was obviously very popular in the sword arena. Seeing him on the arena, many martial artists watched with wide eyes. Even Wang Gao's eyes lit up in the stands. Xue Zhu hasn't fought for a long time. Wang Jiao glanced and found that Fang Chen had not returned yet. However, at this moment, he could not care less. Swoosh. Fang Chen had only used one sword move. It was a move that could shock the heavens and make ghosts and gods weep. It directly pierced Xue Zhu's body and instantly defeated him, forcing him out of the arena. Crash. The entire sword arena was in an uproar. Countless martial artists watched this scene in shock. He defeated Xue Zhu with one move. How is it possible? Even a martial artist of the LV4 true martial realm can't defeat Xue Zhu with one move. This kid's strength is too incredible. Fang Chen's defeat of Xue Zhu with one move caused an uproar in the sword arena. Not far away, He Xuelin and others were chatting. Suddenly, Fatty Li walked over in a hurry. Chapter 835. What? He defeated Xue Zhu in one strike? Asked He Xuelin, standing up. Yes. He's at LV4 true martial realm, said Fatty Li solemnly. The other true martial realm cultivators beside He Xuelin were also surprised. They were at the peak of LV4 true martial realm, so they knew how strong Xue Zhu was. In Golden Sword City, no one in the LV4 true martial realm was a match for Xue Zhu. But now, someone had defeated Xue Zhu in one strike. Do you have any information about him? Asked He Xuelin. This person is wearing a mask. He probably doesn't want to be recognized. The name he registered at the registration office is Jiyu Jian. Fatty Li changed from his usual cheerfulness and said with a solemn face. Fatty Li, He Xuelin, and the others were the second-tier geniuses of Golden Sword City. They had been in Golden Sword City to cultivate the ancient golden invincible sword technique, so they were considered strong geniuses in the Burial Sword Prefecture. Jiyu Jian had appeared out of nowhere and defeated Xue Zhu in one strike, which made He Xuelin and the others attach great importance to him. While He Xuelin was talking about Jiyu Jian with Fatty Li and the others, Luo Bairen and Wu Li also appeared. Luo Bairen, do you know Jiyu Jian? Asked He Xuelin when he saw Luo Bairen. Luo Bairen shook his head and said, I've investigated. There's no such person in the Burial Sword Prefecture before. Even if there is, maybe he's just a nobody who hasn't paid attention to him before, said Luo Bairen. Do you think this kid is the one who went through the tribulation 100 miles away from Golden Sword City? Asked Wu Li suddenly. Everyone's eyes flickered as they thought about it. Luo Bairen shook his head and said, Didn't many Xian kings confirm that the person who went through the tribulation died that day? Fang Chen didn't know that he had caused an uproar among the younger generation of Golden Sword City just to earn some purple crystals. Many geniuses, including Luo Bairen, began to pay attention to Fang Chen. At this moment, Fang Chen stood quietly on a certain stage, holding the hidden star sword. Below the fighting ring, Xuezhu's face was extremely gloomy. His eyes were filled with fear. After a long while, Xuezhu cupped her hands at Fang Chen and said, "Thank you for showing mercy." Xuezhu was such a proud martial artist, but he actually said such words to Fang Chen. It was enough to see that Fang Chen had shocked him. Fang Chen grinned. He had come here to earn purple crystals, not to kill. Defeating Xuezhu and obtaining 100 purple crystals made Fang Chen very excited. Who else? Fang Chen said as he stood on the arena and looked around. Below the arena, many martial artists retreated one after another, not daring to challenge. Seeing this, Fang Chen was a little speechless. Was he too strong? Why didn't these people dare to go on stage? In the stands, Wang Gao's eyes lit up as he looked at Fang Chen. He was almost drooling. This guy, going to the bathroom and delaying such a wonderful battle. Wang Jiao turned his head and glanced at Fang Chen, who still had not returned. In a pavilion in the sword battle arena, He Xuelin and the others had been staring at Fang Chen. He defeated Xuezhu in one strike. I'm afraid a LV4 true martial realm martial artist would not dare to go on stage. He Xuelin said. Why don't you let me try? Fatty Li grinned, left the pavilion, and came to the arena. Fatty Li had a fat head and big ears, and his body was bloated. He looked harmless. However, below the arena, many martial artists' eyes widened when they saw Fatty Li go on stage. Li Yuntian went on stage. Is he going to challenge this guy? Can Li Yuntian win? Many martial artists were discussing. In the arena, Fatty Li looked at Fang Chen curiously. He squinted his eyes and smiled. Brother, why are you wearing a mask? My face is ugly, and I don't dare to show my face. Fang Chen said in a deep voice. Brother, I admire your strength very much. I don't know if you can let me see your real face. Fatty Li smiled. Fang Chen shook his head and stopped talking. My name is Li Yuntian. Fatty Li suddenly said. Fang Chen nodded, holding the star-hidden sword in his hand, ready to attack. However, at this moment, Fatty Li suddenly said, Brother, who is your master? Fang Chen was about to explode in anger. This damned Fatty was too annoying. However, just as Fang Chen was thinking, he suddenly felt a strong wind in front of him. He subconsciously waved the star-hidden sword to resist. Bang! With a loud noise, Fatty Li's body stepped back a few steps, looking at Fang Chen with a smile. Brother, why are you so vigilant? Fatty Li said shamelessly. You, Fang Chen took a deep breath, trying not to be angry, and stared at Fatty Li. This Fatty Li is definitely a weirdo. Brother, what's wrong with your clothes? Fatty Li suddenly pointed to Fang Chen's clothes and said. Seeing this, Fang Chen looked down. He found nothing, and then he found that he was deceived by Fatty Li. Damn it. Fang Chen was furious in his heart. He immediately urged the true meaning of sword, and the star-hidden sword in his hand was waved out fiercely. Swoosh! A piercingly cold sword light pierced toward Fatty Li in an instant. Bang! Fatty Li blocked the sword light with his bare hands and was forced to the edge of the ring by the sword light. At this time, Fatty Li's face finally became dignified. Brother, this Li admires your strength. Now, this Li is going to get serious. Before Fatty Li finished speaking, Fang Chen directly urged the true meaning of void and instantly hid in the void. Just when Fatty Li looked up at Fang Chen suddenly appeared behind Fatty Li and kicked Fatty Li away. Fang Chen's sword body had reached the late stage of body refinement, comparable to a 9-star Dao body. Although it was just a simple kick, it kicked Fatty Li out of the ring. Bang! Fatty Li's body fell heavily to the ground, and he was in a sorry state. Fatty Li stood up, his face full of humiliation. Brother, I admire your strength. Why did you sneak attack me? Fatty Li asked righteously. Isn't this learning from you? Fang Chen said calmly. When Fatty Li heard this, He was immediately furious and prepared to argue with Fang Chen. However, Fang Chen turned his head and looked elsewhere, and said, "Who else wants to challenge me?" Being ignored by Fang Chen, Fatty Li was even angrier. However, the foot that he stepped out came back abruptly. This was because according to the rules of the sword arena, leaving the arena was already considered a loss. "I, Fatty Li, actually lost," said Fatty Li unhappily. Crash! Fatty Li's wrist shook, and immediately some violet crystals flew in front of Fang Chen. Fang Chen's soul swept over them, and he immediately discovered that there were no less than 1,000 violet crystals. "Many thanks." Fang Chen put away the violet crystals and smiled. At this stage, what he lacked the most were violet crystals. Fatty Li could be considered a nouveau riche to throw out 1,000 violet crystals with a wave of his hand. At this time, many of the geniuses in the pavilion were stunned. After a long time, He Xuelin heavily shook his head. "This kid's strength is truly heaven-defying. Even Fatty Li is not his match. Yeah, this kid seems to have launched a sneak attack, but the physical strength he displayed is too heaven-defying," said a martial artist beside He Xuelin. 9-star Dao body. It's been a long time since a 9-star Dao body appeared in the Burial Sword Prefecture, said Luo Bairen. Hearing this, Wu Li spread out his hands and said, "He has a special physique, which should be a sword physique. To be able to cultivate a special physique to such a level, he can be considered a talent." While everyone was talking, Fatty Li returned dejectedly. "What bad luck. This kid has a space-type true meaning. No one below the 5th level of the true martial realm can defeat him," complained Fatty Li. "Fatty Li, although this kid has a space-type true meaning, it's not as exaggerated as you said," laughed a genius. The other geniuses also looked at He Xuelin. "Although this kid's space-type true meaning is difficult to deal with, if I were to face him, I would directly use the ancient golden invincible sword technique and not give him any chance to use his true meaning. He wouldn't be my match." He Xuelin smiled slightly. Fatty Li saw this and said angrily, "He Xuelin, I'm not criticizing you, but with your strength, it's impossible to defeat this person." Chapter 836. "Bet with me?" Fatty Li heard this, curled his lips and asked. "Yes, let's bet that I can defeat him." He Xuelin laughed. He Xuelin was recognized as the strongest in the 4th level of the true martial realm. No one in the same realm could defeat him. Even if he encountered some martial artists in the 5th level of the true martial realm, He Xuelin could fight with them. "What are you betting on?" Fatty Li asked. "Didn't you get a peach of immortality before?" He Xuelin smiled evilly. Fatty Li heard this and suddenly realized, "Good, He Xuelin, you actually want my peach of immortality." After thinking for a moment, Fatty Li directly agreed, "Peach of immortality it is, but I also have a condition. You have to defeat him within the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, otherwise, you lose. How about it?" "No problem," He Xuelin said. "If you lose to me, I want your leaping wave crossing body technique," Fatty Li said without hiding. He Xuelin had a body technique called leaping wave crossing. After mastering it, his speed would be extremely fast. If He Xuelin fully activated leaping wave crossing, even Luo Bairen would have a headache. "No problem." He Xuelin immediately agreed. At this moment, Luo Bairen spoke. His face was full of smiles as he said, "Since you guys are having so much fun, I'll join in as well. I bet that He Xuelin will win. If I lose, I'll give you my clown. If I win by a fluke, I'll have a share of the peach of immortality. I also bet that He Xuelin will win. If I lose, I will give you my flying disc and win a peach of immortality," Wu Li said. Hearing this, Fatty Li looked at the three of them angrily and said, "Well, you three have been thinking about my peach of immortality for a long time, right?" Peach of immortality was a rare treasure that Fatty Li got in a certain ruin. At the beginning, he got 4. Fatty Li swallowed one and was reluctant to eat the remaining 3. Luo Bairen and others had been thinking about it. "Do you dare to bet?" Luo Bairen asked. Fatty Li gritted his teeth and said, "Why not? I am just afraid that you will act shamelessly." Fang Chen didn't know about the bet of Fatty Li and others. He only knew that the martial artist opposite him gave people a dangerous feeling. His cultivation was also at LV4 of the true martial realm, but the aura he exuded was very strong. Brother Jiu Jian, I am He Shualin said with a smile. Fang Chen was stunned. He didn't expect this person to be He Shualin. He had also seen this man in the brief information he had obtained about the Sword Burial Prefecture. He Shualin was one of the geniuses of the Sword Burial Prefecture. He wasn't a top genius, but he was still very strong. He Shualin's cultivation was at the 4th level of the true martial realm, but his strength was comparable to the 5th level of the true martial realm. I've heard a lot about you. Fang Chen cupped his hands. May I know where Brother Gujian is from? He Shualin asked. Fang Chen shook his head in silence. Seeing this, He Shualin knew that he wouldn't be able to get Fang Chen to talk. His aura surged as he said, Brother Gujian, be careful. As soon as He Shualin's voice fell, a slender sword suddenly appeared in his hand. On the sharp sword, the sword intent surged, and the wild sword chi instantly soared into the sky. Sword intent. Fang Chen was stunned for a moment, but then he understood. The Sword Burial Prefecture was known as the concentration of sword cultivator geniuses. There were countless sword cultivator geniuses here. Possessing the sword intent wasn't too surprising here. Ancient Golden Invincible Sword. He Shualin roared and used the Ancient Golden Invincible Sword. Suddenly, the sharp sword streaked across the sky, and a dazzling golden light appeared in the sky. The dazzling golden light turned into the word destroy in the sky, and it absorbed the wild sword chi in the surroundings. What sword technique is this? Fang Chen could feel that when He Shualin used this sword technique, his hidden star sword actually let out a sword cry. This sword technique is too exquisite. Fang Chen sighed in his heart. He Shualin's sword technique had ingeniously fused with sword intent, and its power had reached the peak. The same sword technique in He Shualin's hands was completely different from when it was used by others. Sword techniques can be used like this? Fang Chen was thoroughly shocked. Although he had come to the Sword Burial Prefecture in the past and fought with the Sword Cultivators' sacred ground. But fighting with He Shualin was even more shocking. Void shattering slash. Fang Chen used the true intent of void, and his body merged with the void. He Shualin carefully sensed and his expression changed. There's no trace at all. Originally, He Shualin thought that Fang Chen's true intent of space should be an ordinary one. But now it seemed that this person's true intent of space was no ordinary true intent. I don't believe that you won't appear. He Shualin muttered to himself. The sharp sword in his hand constantly spun, and the ancient golden invincible sword was pushed to the limit. Dazzling golden light surrounded his body. The word destroy in the sky also floated above He Shualin's head, and directly enveloped him. Since he couldn't find his target, He Shualin didn't rush to attack. Instead, he focused on defense. Whoosh! Just as He Shualin was defending, a sword suddenly appeared behind him. Void-shattering slash, combined with the true intent of void, erupted to the limit. Crack! The sword pierced He Shualin's defenses, and a cracking sound rang out. By the time He Shualin reacted, it was already too late. With his defenses broken, Fang Chen's hidden star sword instantly attacked. At the same time, Fang Chen's other fist fiercely bombarded He Shualin's body. Bang! He Shualin's body was sent flying by Fang Chen's fist like a cannonball. Fatty Li's face was full of brilliant smiles. As for Luo Bairen and Wu Li, they were a bit speechless. Bang! He Shualin's body flew out of the arena and landed on the ground. He Shualin looked at Fang Chen like he was looking at a monster. Although his sword art is powerful, it's incomparably crude. His physical strength is incomparably powerful. Truly a freak. He Shualin muttered to himself. Fang Chen didn't deny He Shualin's evaluation. Compared to the Sword Burial Prefecture's geniuses, his sword art was indeed crude. He couldn't handle some details well. No matter what, you've lost, said Fang Chen. He Shualin's face was gloomy. With a flick of his wrist, he threw 1,000 purple crystals to Fang Chen and then left. Heavens, even He Shualin isn't his match? He's really a freak. Is he invincible in the 4th level of the true martial realm? I wonder if Luo Bairen and Wu Li, those two freaks, will fight. The martial artists in the arena were completely shocked. Jiyu Jian's name resounded throughout the entire arena. Fang Chen looked around and found that no one was challenging him. His figure flashed, and he directly hid in the void. In order to not be targeted, Fang Chen used the true meaning of void. He then went to a corner, changed back to his previous clothes, and hurriedly returned to the stands. "Kid, why did you take so long to go to the toilet?" asked Wang Jiao when he saw Fang Chen return. "Diarrhea, I had no choice," said Fang Chen, curling his lips. "Your diarrhea really didn't come at the right time. You don't know, but while you were in the toilet, a fierce person appeared," said Wang Jiao cheerfully. "Oh, what fierce person?" Fang Chen showed a trace of curiosity and asked. "That fierce person is called Jiyu Jian. His cultivation is only in the 4th level of the true martial realm, but he defeated Li Yuntian and He Shualin," said Wang Jiao. "So fierce." Fang Chen pretended to be surprised. The entire arena was in an uproar. Countless martial artists were discussing Jiyu Jian. And inside the pavilion, Fatty Li was already bursting with joy. If Jiyu Jian hadn't left, he really would have gone down and fiercely kissed him. "The three of you won't go back on your word, right?" said Fatty Li with a beaming smile. "Here, don't spread it." He Shualin was a bit unhappy. He flung the wave-crossing cultivation technique to Fatty Li. Wu Li took out a disc and threw it to Fatty Li. As for Luo Bairen, he was very reluctant to summon his clown. "I'll temporarily leave the clown with you. One day I'll take it back," said Luo Bairen in a deep voice. The clown is a monkey-type demon beast, and it has a mutated bloodline. Its potential is heaven-defying. Hiss hiss hiss. After Luo Bairen and the clown exchanged a few words, the clown jumped onto Fatty Li's shoulder. "Ha ha ha, I've been thinking about the clown for a long time. I finally got it." Fatty Li wildly laughed. Chapter 837. The clown was one of Luo Bairen's spiritual pets, and Luo Bairen liked it very much. Although the clown was not very strong, Luo Bairen liked it very much. Fatty Li had been eyeing Luo Bairen's clown for a long time, but he never had the chance. Now, he finally got the chance to win the clown. Luo Bairen was a famous genius sword cultivator. How could he act shamelessly because of a clown? Although Luo Bairen was very reluctant, he still gave the clown to Fatty Li. "Damn Fatty, take good care of my clown. If I find that the clown is wronged, I will smash your head." Luo Bairen dropped a sentence and turned to leave. As for He Shualin and Wu Li, they shook their heads helplessly and left the sword arena. The appearance of the ancient sword alarmed the entire sword arena. All the warriors in the real martial realm were talking about the origin of this ancient sword and why it was so powerful. He defeated Xue Zhu in a second, and then defeated Fatty Li and He Shualin consecutively, making himself an invincible existence in the LV4 genuine martial realm. In an instant, the entire Golden Sword City was discussing the name of the ancient sword. At this time, Fang Chen and Wang Jiao returned to the refining pavilion in high spirits. Wang Jiao was excited because he saw such a wonderful battle, and Fang Chen was excited because he got a lot of purple crystals. He defeated Xue Zhu and got 100 purple crystals. He defeated Fatty Li and He Shualin and got 2,000 purple crystals. A total of 2,100 purple crystals. In the past, Fang Chen had tens of thousands of purple crystals and even dozens of purple crystal soulstones. However, he did not know how to cherish them and used them carelessly. Now that he came to the burial sword state, he had to fight in the sword arena to earn purple crystals. Fortunately, he had passed the 12th grade tribulation and his strength had improved by leaps and bounds, so he could easily earn purple crystals. In this way, Fang Chen usually refined weapons in the refining pavilion and went to the sword arena every few days to earn purple crystals in the name of the ancient sword. However, after a month of this, it no longer continued. The reason was that the ancient sword was too strong. Martial artists in the LV4 genuine martial realm were not his opponents at all. Even if He Shualin and Fatty Li were not convinced and later fought with the ancient sword, the result was the same. They still lost. In a month's time, Jiyu Jian had not suffered a single defeat. This month was also Jiyu Jian's most profitable month. He earned more than 10,000 purple crystals, and this was also the reason why almost no one challenged him in the later stages. On a certain day a month later, Jiyu Jian stood in the arena and looked around. Wherever his gaze passed, the crowd backed away. Jiyu Jian is here again. Who dares to fight? No one at LV4 of the true martial realm dares to fight, and no one at LV5 of the true martial realm dares to fight. Ancient sword Dreaming Souls is becoming more and more famous. Many martial artists discussed in low voices. Is no one going to fight? Fang Chen asked. Everyone shook their heads. Only a fool would be willing to fight with him. Fang Chen felt a little helpless and was about to turn around and leave. At this moment, a middle-aged man came to the ring and whispered a few words into Fang Chen's ear before leaving. Fang Chen followed behind the middle-aged man and arrived at a quiet courtyard. There was an old man in the courtyard. There were no energy fluctuations coming from his body. However, Fang Chen did not dare to be careless because this person was a mysterious King Realm expert. May I know why Senior has called me here? Fang Chen cupped his hands and asked. Hearing this, the old man turned around and looked at Fang Chen. He nodded his head in satisfaction and said, "Not bad." Fang Chen did not understand. The old man continued, "Let's put it this way. I'm the person in charge of the sword arena in Golden Sword City. You can call me Elder Xian." "Elder Xian," Fang Chen called out. "I've been observing you for a long time. Your potential is monstrous. You're only at LV4 of the true martial realm, but you're so strong. This old man admires you." Elder Xian laughed mischievously. "Senior, you didn't call me here just to praise me, right?" Fang Chen asked. Elder Xian nodded and said, "Little fellow, you already possess spatial true meaning at such a young age. Furthermore, your accomplishments in the Sword Dao are also extraordinary. Are you interested in joining our sword arena?" Fang Chen sank into silence. He was in no hurry to reply. "With your talent, there's no need for you to waste your time in the sword arena," continued Elder Xian. "I came to the sword arena to earn violet crystals," said Fang Chen. Elder Xian glanced at Fang Chen in astonishment. Then he said, "You came from one of the 3 continents outside the Sword Burial Prefecture." "Yes, I came from the ancient Sword Continent. I don't have any violet crystals, so I can only rely on the sword arena to earn them," said Fang Chen in a low voice. "So that's how it is. The cultivators of the 3 continents are not as talented as those of the Sword Burial Prefecture. The fact that you can come to the Sword Burial Prefecture means that you're already an outstanding figure of the 3 continents," said Elder Xian. Elder Xian said, "If you join the sword arena, we can provide you with purple crystals for free. Furthermore, you can cultivate the Golden Sword City's ancient indestructible sword technique. The ancient undying sword art." Fang Chen had seen the ancient undying sword art when he had fought with He Xuelin. He was very puzzled when he heard it again. There are 8 cities in the Sword Burial Prefecture. Each city has its own ancient undying sword art. The ancient undying sword art of Golden Sword City is the ancient undying sword art, explained Elder Xian. Only those who cultivate the ancient undying sword art can enter the Sword Burial Prefecture, said Elder Xian. The Sword Burial Prefecture was the core of the Sword Burial Prefecture. It was also the most prosperous place. All the geniuses gathered in the Sword Burial Prefecture. "But I don't like restrictions," said Fang Chen. "All the more reason for you to join my sword arena." Old Xian laughed heartily. Elder Xian then introduced Fang Chen to the other large factions. In the end, Fang Chen weighed the pros and cons and decided to join the sword arena. "All right, I agree to join the sword arena." Fang Chen clasped his hands. "Good. From today onwards, you're a member of the Sword Arena of Golden Sword City. In the future, the Sword Arena will provide you with 10,000 violet crystals every month. If you can cultivate the ancient undying sword art, you'll receive 20,000 violet crystals every month," said Elder Xian. Fang Chen was secretly delighted in his heart. He never thought that in order to earn violet crystals, he'd changed his name to Jiyu Jian and fought in the sword arena. He'd actually attracted the attention of this mystic King Realm expert. After chatting with Elder Xian for a while, Fang Chen suddenly thought of a problem. His expression instantly turned gloomy. Elder Xian, I have a question. I don't know if I can ask you, said Fang Chen in a low voice. He was clearly a bit depressed. Go ahead, said Elder Xian. Elder Xian attached great importance to Fang Chen. To be able to comprehend spatial true meaning meant that he was a monstrous genius. In the future, his name would definitely shake the entire sword burial prefecture. He might even be able to obtain Emperor Zong Sword's approval. My wife was killed by a profound king. I wonder if you can revive her, asked Fang Chen. Elder Xian shook his head. Ordinary cultivators' souls are weak. If she was killed by a profound king, her soul would definitely scatter. With my current strength, there's no way I can revive her. Is there no other way? Asked Fang Chen urgently, his heart filled with grief. There is one way, but it's very difficult, said Elder Xian. What way? Fang Chen didn't care how difficult it was. As long as he could revive Star and Moon, he was willing to do anything. There's always been a legend in the sword burial prefecture. If anyone can obtain Emperor Zong Sword's approval, they can make a request, and Emperor Zong Sword will agree unconditionally, said Elder Xian. Fang Chen was stunned when he heard this. He had naturally heard of Emperor Zong Sword. It should be said that every cultivator in the sword burial prefecture knew the legend of Emperor Zong Sword. That was because Emperor Zong Sword's body had turned into the sword burial prefecture after he died. Although Emperor Zong Sword had died, his aura still existed in every corner of the sword burial prefecture. Every cultivator in the sword burial prefecture wanted to obtain Emperor Zong Sword's approval. Obtain Emperor Zong Sword's approval, asked Fang Chen. Emperor Zong Sword had died tens of thousands of years ago. How could one obtain his approval? Emperor Zong Sword is everywhere in the sword burial prefecture. As for how to obtain his approval, I don't know, said Elder Xian. However, there's one thing I'm certain of. The higher your cultivation, the higher your chances of obtaining Emperor Zong Sword's approval. Fang Chen made a mental note of that. In order to revive his wife, Star and Moon, he had to obtain Emperor Zong Sword's approval. No one knew exactly how strong Zong Sword Emperor was. It was said that after Emperor Zong Sword had died tens of thousands of years ago, experts from outside the sword burial prefecture had come to obtain Emperor Zong Sword's inheritance. At that time, a shocking battle had broken out in the sword burial prefecture. After that battle, the entire sword burial prefecture was in a sorry state. Countless experts from outside the sword burial prefecture had died. In that battle, true martial realm experts could only serve as cannon fodder, while profound kings were the main force of the battle. However, in the end, the experts from outside the sword burial prefecture realized that it was all part of Emperor Zong Sword's scheme to kill the invaders who had evil intentions. That battle had made the sword burial prefecture famous, but because of Emperor Zong Sword's methods, no one from outside the sword burial prefecture was able to enter. The sword burial prefecture had also regained its peace. Of course, this was all recorded in the history books. No one knew if it was true or not. Having hope was better than having no hope at all. At least there was still hope. Wait for me. I will definitely revive you. Fang Chen swore inwardly. After joining the sword battle arena, he would receive 1,000 purple crystals every month, which was enough for Fang Chen. In the following days, Fang Chen planned to cultivate in peace and break through to a higher realm. There were many experts in the sword burial prefecture, so being in the 4th stage of the true martial realm was nothing. Of course, Fang Chen had a huge advantage. He had undergone the 12th stage tribulation. With that, Fang Chen bid farewell to Elder Xian and left the sword battle arena. He planned to return to the blacksmith pavilion and resign from his position as a blacksmith. Just as he walked out of the sword battle arena, Fang Chen saw a conflict. Two groups of people clashed. Fang Chen raised his head to look.